Muy buenos días, honorables señoras y señores. El
Good
Instituto
morning,
Interamericano
honorable
de
ladies and
Cooperación para la
gentlemen. The
Agricultura,
Inter-American Institute
en
for
su casa
Cooperation on
de las
Agriculture,
Unidas
IICA,
Américas,
your home of
celebra
sustainable
su
agriculture of the
60ª
Americas, is honored to greet you and warmly welcomes you to the fourth Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and high-ranking officials of the Americas. We are honored by the presence and virtually we greet Her Honorable Jennifer Mojica, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Republic of Colombia. Her Honorable Nelly Paredes de Castillo, Minister of Agrarian Development and Irrigation of the Republic of Peru. Diplomatic Corps, international organizations, Mr. Manuel Lutero, Director General of VICA, Lloyd Day, Deputy Director of the Institute, Fernanda Machiavelli, Executive Secretary of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture of the Federative Republic of Brazil, Madam Susie McDonald, acting Deputy Vice Minister of Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food of Canada, Xochitl Torres, Deputy Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. We greet the Honorable Cardinal Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Ms. Laura Suazo, Secretary of State in the areas of agriculture and livestock of the Republic of Honduras, Ms. Patricia Corsani, Specialist in Care and Social Protection of UN Women, Ms. Ana Geschles Garcia, Director of the Gender Matters Division of ECLAC, Laura Brito, expert in gender from the FAO, Kaitin Caru, Goodwill Ambassador of ICA, Rural Women of Costa Rica, Mexico, Peru, St. Lucia, and multilateral cooperation organizations. The authorities of the government's international entities attending this meeting, chambers of cattle raisers, associations of women and youth, Ms. Priscilla Sujica, Gender Equality at directors of the Institute, we are highly honored with your presence as well as with the authorities that are virtually attending this meeting. We will now hear the welcoming remarks of Mr. Manuel Lutero, Director General of ICA. Thank you, Miguel. Very good morning, everyone. I would like to join in, welcome you to this home of sustainable agriculture of the Americas, and especially to this fourth forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high-ranking officers, officials of the Americas. I would like to greet all the participants, but particularly to the women ministers of Agriculture, Nelly Paredes from Peru, the Minister of Agriculture of Colombia, virtually Laura Suazo, Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, the Fernanda Machiavelli from Brazil. Well, welcome everyone. Our region is very unique. Someone wrote sometime that we face a series of contradictions and hopes at the same time. And I would like to refer to one of these contradictions that refers to our rurality and that has a clear chauvinistic angle to it. The first thing we must do when we have a problem is recognize it. Because with this culture, the chauvinistic culture, we attempt to ignore, I believe, that more than half of the food products produced in this side of the world are the result of the work of rural women. That is why at ICA we know that it is fundamental to recognize the transformational capacity in the world and in society in general, and that they are the ones that generate sustainable development. Data indicate, however, that only 30%, barely 30% of the women have own agricultural land. So, for example, that 5% have access to technical assistance. So when I talk about women, I especially refer to family farmers or peasant women that have been invisible over the years, and this can no longer continue to be so. The spirit of this forum, no doubt, is to try to bring this to a turning point and change direction. Rural women devote an average 67 hours of work per week, and most of it is for unpaid work. It is an overburden that has a negative impact on their well-being and economic development. That is why we reinforce the need to continue fostering spaces like today, where we are bringing together to talk about integral policies that address these needs and that may foster equal opportunities and access to productive processes. In that spirit, and following the Resolution 534 of this the highest body of ICA, the Inter-American Board of Agriculture, which approved the law, is that ICA, what it does is reinforce a space at the highest level of reflection and thought for discussion, exchange of knowledge, headed by the ministers, vice ministers, and other high-ranking officials of agriculture of the Americas. I remember that at the first meeting, we had 5 ministers out of a universe of 34. Now, there are 3. They are worth more than the 5, I would almost guess, but it is not a matter of numbers. It is attitude, the interest in moving forward with the idea of leaving no one behind, leaving no one out. And we insist on the importance of fostering a new generation of policies if we really aim at social transformation and the necessary policies to correct this situation. Working at a fora like this, we should not see these as isolated points in time. No, this is a process to build a roadmap, to bring attention, to create critical awareness, to empower, to develop capacities, because we believe that only in that manner will we be able to change the route of events. This event is precisely part of an institutional calendar that ICA has been implementing, and that has as one of its outstanding elements the Forum of Ministers, males and females, that on October the 3rd through the 5th will meet once again in the same meeting room, where we will discuss the Continental Alliance for the transformation of agri-food systems and sustainable development. Only through shared efforts, through supranational projects. Of course, these are cross-cutting issues. We know these are issues we all share, but only that way will we be able to correct the route of our actions. So my interest today is that whatever we discuss today will be presented at the plenary of the Forum of Ministers, male and female. I would like to end my opening remarks by saying that this meeting is yours. ICA has an institution that knows how to listen. You are the protagonists, and in the best of cases, what we have to do is to see how we bring together the collective thoughts that have to be for action. I am fully convinced of one thing, and that is that the future of agriculture, sustainable agriculture that we all aspire to, will only make sense if we foster equality, social justice, and if through women we can bring in all the opportunities brought about by new technologies. Obviously, technologies must be appropriate for all groups of rural and urban societies that expect for healthier food products, quality food, more abundant food, producing in harmony with nature. So with these words, I thank you all very much for your presence today, to all of you, and I hope we have a very productive meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Director General. We will now hear the words of Madam Nelly Paredes de Castillo, Minister of Agriculture, Development and Irrigation of Peru. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of ICA, Ms. Jennifer Mojica, Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development of Colombia, Ms. Laura Suazo, Secretary of State for the Departments of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, that is joining us virtually, Mr. Lloyd Day, Deputy Director of ICA, Madam Vice Ministers and high level officers of the countries of the America that are joining us virtually and in person, officers of different organizations and leaders that are joining us. The truth for me is being here makes me feel very satisfied. I am here with women, leaders from all these areas, officers of civil society. Today, we are inaugurating the fourth the fourth forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high-ranking officials of the Americas to exchange experiences and highlight the role of women in agriculture and drive public policies with a gender perspective so as to ensure that closing of gaps and inequalities and favor the participation and inclusion in rural development under equal conditions. In this forum, we will address the matter of the economy of care in agri-food systems of the Americas, a fundamental matter to move forward effectively in the autonomy and empowerment of rural women. In Latin America and the Caribbean, according to ECLAC, 1 out of every 4 women from 15 to 24 years of age does not study and does not have a job. 75% of them just care. For 2021, out of the total women in the continent, it was believed that 51% had no participation in the workforce and 12.7% were unoccupied. And this problem is even worse in rural areas. In 2022, 54 million rural women, less than 48% of the population, 48%, of the total rural population, doing important work in food production and in economic development. However, only 1 out of 3 women have no personal income. And because of the tremendous male migration, the participation of women in agriculture has been increasing significantly. As we well know, the participation of women in paid work is limited due to social factors, cultural and ideological factors, dominant patterns regarding the design of work, technology, services, as well as the traditional responsibility of women in care activities. All of this explains the persistence of these gender gaps. Despite the great effort of women, no doubt, one of the critical points to advance in closing these gaps are related to the overburden of women with care work. According to time use studies, rural women in Latin America and the Caribbean devote a greater amount of time to paid work and non-paid work as compared to males. In my country, in Peru, the last national survey regarding time use carried out in 2010 shows that rural women had a total work burden of 12.5 hours more per week than men. Additionally, rural women devote 62% of their work time to carry out unpaid work, whereas males invest 31% of their time in that type of work. And the main work is unpaid. The challenge then lies in reaching equality in roles. An overburden of domestic and unpaid work of women, rural women in Latin America and the Caribbean, have a repercussion on less time available to carry out other labor activities, education, sports, recreational activity, political activities, seriously affecting the exercise of their rights, particularly economic rights. With this view, it is necessary to analyze the policies and care services carried out in the rural areas. Geographic dispersion, demographic structure, and the difficulties of access are some of the factors that hinder the access to care services in rural territories. This, plus public services that are still deficient, as is access to drinking water, transportations, and sanitary services, mean that the care efforts are ever more complicated. The COVID-19 pandemic put in the center of public debate the importance of care in the life and development of our society. In our countries, we have been driving care policies to particularly care for children, elderly people, and people with disabilities. With this, there have been regulatory frameworks under development, constitutional changes, the development of care policies and activities. All this experiences to guarantee the right to care should not forget the rural and agricultural sector. So with this, some of the challenges we face are: one, drive public policies for care thought from the rural stance, that is, that they begin by recognizing these uniquenesses of these spaces. And for this, it is fundamental to consider the voice of women, rural women, in their diversity. Develop integral care service policies that include the different groups that are dependent, giving value to the knowledge and practices linked to care. With this insight, spaces of dialogue like the one we are taking part of today are vital. Today, we will have the participation of high officials from the agricultural sectors for them to share their experiences in care policies in their own countries. We will also hear and we will have a dialogue with rural women that are expressing challenges in the area of the care economy. Additionally, we will have a panel of experts that will address public policies for integral care systems aimed at rural women. And another one talking about funding, financing care for economic growth and human development. In ending, I would like to reiterate my appreciation to the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture for all the support provided to highlight the important role of women in agriculture. And I thank you all for your participation. Welcome to the fourth forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high-level officials of the Americas. And we will decide how to work, how we can move towards the care economy and agriculture systems in the Americas, joint actions for its strengthening. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. In ending, we will hear the words of Priscila Zúñiga, Manager of the Program of Gender Equality and Youth at IICA, who will be the moderator for our meeting today. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to express warm greetings to Minister Nelly Paredes, Minister Jenny Mojica, Secretary of State Laura Suazo, the authorities that are with us, our Director General Manuel Otero, our Deputy Director Lloyd Day, authorities of ICA, to each and every one of you rural women that are with us today, international organizations and multilateral cooperation organizations, people that are following us on the social media, and for all of us at the Institute. As the program, we are very honored to celebrate this activity today with people that hold the leadership and who are in charge of decision making. Precisely what we want is to be able to begin to work jointly in favor of rural women of the Americas. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to highlight that as of this time, on the screen in front of us, and for those of you that are connected via Zoom, you will see the witnesses of rural women of the Andean region who participated in the first edition of the course on Introduction to Entrepreneurialism for Rural Women. This was the outcome of the third forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high-ranking officials. This reminds us, or the outcome of those testimonies remind us of the challenges and efforts made by each one of them to work and participate actively as agents of change in the agri-food systems. This is witness, but you will see throughout my presentation, you will see some of the words we have highlighted about their experiences. Now, to begin the day, it is an honor to count on the participation of rural women of all the region, and particularly to understand their different realities and recognize the role of rural women in care. From me, and in follow-up to Resolution 534 of our governance body, the Inter-American Board of Agriculture, in 2021, entrusted ICA to work on the development of a space for dialogue with ministers, vice ministers, and high-ranking officials of the public sector in order to highlight the participation of rural women and propose policies with a gender perspective that reduce gender gaps and inequalities, and particularly favor their participation and inclusion in rural development under equal conditions. Under that mandate, we have carried out three fora of women ministers, vice ministers, and senior officials of the Americas. During the third forum, we talked about the importance to give a good look to the economy of care, the care economy, and the efforts made regionally to work jointly towards integral care societies. The Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and High Officers of the Americas is a space at the highest level in the continent where priorities are set for the area of gender and priorities that respond to the needs of rural women in the Americas. This forum, therefore, is an area of influence and where we recognize political leaders in agriculture that advance with strategic steps in a traditionally masculine field. And therefore, this entity is mandatory, is very important to build the agri-food systems in the Americas. The objective of this forum is to foster equality and empowerment of rural women of the Americas through spaces of exchange that foster dialogue, collaboration, formulation of policies that prioritize and above all strengthen the role of rural women in agri-food systems. This fourth permanent forum is focused on the economy of care in agri-food systems, the care economy and the agri-food systems of the Americas. That is why we are meeting here to highlight the importance of working jointly, and particularly to face the challenges of rural women regarding care. For example, to add to the figures that our Director General, as well as Minister Paredes, shared, women invest more than 3 times more time in these activities than men. They work much more in rural areas than in urban areas, 3 to 10 hours more. This puts rural women at a disadvantage as compared to their male peers and their urban peers, limiting their inclusive development. It is not to surprise us that devoting time to care without revenue, women do not have the conditions to increase agri-food production or have access to markets. So I would like to reiterate our appreciation for the participation of all our panelists, both in person as well as virtually, as well as all those people that are joining us. We encourage you to pay attention to the different spaces we will have throughout this fourth forum, which is an invitation to work jointly, particularly to foster collective actions that will help us ensure integral care in the region. At the Institute, we have suggested for you, you that are the owners of this space, we have suggested an agenda that will cover 4 panels that will be moderated by some of our authorities at this event. First of all, we have proposed a space for the ministers, vice ministers, and high officers of the Americas express their views and recommendations on the main public actions that could be implemented from their ministries to reduce inequalities generated precisely by feminization of care. In the second panel, through the voice of rural women, we will hear about the main challenges that they have faced to undertake care activities. In the third panel, we will talk about we will have the perspective of international organizations who will refer to actions for international cooperation for the promotion of integrated care systems, focusing particularly on rural women of the Americas. And lastly, last but not least, we will have the fourth panel where multilateral cooperation agencies will share some of the actions they are undertaking precisely to finance care in agri-food systems, as well as recommendations to begin to invest in models, financing models that address care for activities. And we will sign an agreement between the International Association of Women and the the American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture to join efforts for rural women and jointly collaborate, help our member states. Lastly, we will have 2 spaces for exchange between panels 1 and 2, and another space between panels 3 and 4, where we can hopefully build collectively actions that will allow us to move forward jointly towards integral care societies. We encourage you that in this space you use the floor and together build this all. With this, I would like to begin with the first panel. I am honored to offer the floor to Minister Nelly Paredes, Minister of Agricultural Development and Irrigation of Peru, to begin panel 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Well, as co-host in this event, it is an honor for me to be here with you, and I feel really proud to be here and to be the third minister from Peru, on a ministry that has always been led by men. In this framework, I will moderate the first panel, the care economy in the agri-food systems of the Americas. And the purpose is to identify some actions, some strategic actions of these public policies that we are implementing in our different ministries in order to reduce this inequality and to shorten these gaps, to narrow the gaps rural women have, not only as women, but also comparing them with the urban women, as Priscilla mentioned. To develop this panel, I'd like to welcome you, to give a warm welcome to the ministers, prime ministers, and the high-level officials that will be with us. Mrs. Jennifer Majica, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development from Colombia, Mrs. Laura Suazo, Secretary of State for the Department of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, Mrs. Susie McDonald, Deputy Vice Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food of Canada, Mrs. Fernanda Macchiavelli, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture from Brazil, Mrs. Nerissa Giddens, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Mrs. Carla Barnett, General Secretary of the Caribbean Community. She will participate through a video. The methodology for the panel will include an intervention to answer a question about the economy, care, and the agri-food systems of the Americas. And the question is, since women assume a greater burden of domestic and care activities, which represent one of the structural causes of gender gaps, what public actions do you consider should be implemented from your ministries to reduce the inequalities generated by the feminization of care? To do so, each participant will have 6 minutes for the intervention. After the intervention of each one of the 6 participants, you will have 1 additional minute for a closing message. Okay, now, at this opportunity, besides moderating, I am a participant as well. So I'm going to start with my participation. However, as all of us, we have a speech prepared, but I'm not going to take the 6 minutes. I'll reduce the time to go right away to the concrete actions that we as ministry already have. For the other colleagues and officials can participate more, because I don't want to seem like the only one participating and speaking, because I have another participation later as well. So let me tell you that in Peru, as part of our sectoral policies, our recent sectoral policies that include the National Agrarian Policy from 2021-2030, we have implemented concrete measures to address this problem. We are promoting gender equity in access to resources and opportunities in the agrarian sector, ensuring that women have equal conditions to develop their productive activities. This inclusive approach is also present in the national policy of security and nutritional, that is an formulation on the framework of the Multi-Sectoral Commission of the Security and Nutrition, Food and Nutrition Security that we pursue. And we have developed a participatory process, including different bodies of the state, civil society, international cooperation, among others. Besides the Ministry of Agrarian and Irrigation, we have the Ministry of Women that has a rural area, and we also have the Ministry of Development and Social Inclusion. So 3 ministries working in a direct manner with supporting women without forgetting that the other ministries of the country uh, have gender inclusion at the national level as part of the public policies and as part of our legislation. Curriculum has even vary. So focusing the rural aspect, because Peru, it is a rural country. It is also important to mention that since last year, the Ministry of Agrarian and Irrigation and Development is approving annually the strategy called Entrepreneurship of Rural Women, of Rural and Indigenous Women. Last year, we started providing several millions of soles for business plans for rural women. And this year, again, an additional budget has been approved to us to be able to work on this business plan. The innovative part in this aspect of working with women in these women associations is that we ask the associations to be constituted by women, but the association may also have many included, but 70% has to be women and 30% men. So this is where we start making a role combination. So the strategy we have with this strategy is precisely to promote these entrepreneurships that I mentioned, both in agricultural, forestry, and livestock matters. But we also include the handcrafts. It is not a sector, our sector, but we know in the rural area, the handcrafts are really accepted and well recognized by many stakeholders. Under the framework of the National Policy of Gender Equality, we have established asistencia técnica, training programs, and technical assistance for producer women, providing them the necessary tools to enhance their productivity and to diversify their activities. Also, we are working in creating support networks. We are working in a virtual manner a lot with them on a market of La Chacra that we promote for growers to come to cities. A grower told me that she was able to use a virtual system, and because of the supply and demand, she was able to sell several kilos of a product that is located only on the Andean parts. She was excited mentioning this, saying that his son helped her to join using the internet. So we are progressing with that in Peru, and this through the production ministry. So there's another ministry that is also participating in supporting all these public policies. We want to, for us to highlight the women at the field level, but there are still many things to do. We have a lot to do. Women managing this gender aspect, in my case, have seen this topic for 30 years, so we are progressing, but very slowly. Encontrar ese punto. We still need to find this break point. Our commitment is to build a fair agrarian sector, equitable, where everybody will have the same opportunities to thrive and to help to the development of our country. In the case of Peru, where the these are in mind and in the heart, we are clear that the economy of care is a challenge that we cannot ignore, and that we need to find this key where this care needs to be assumed or starts being assumed by men somehow. There are some examples so we have seen already. I mentioned the case of an urban case where grandson took care of the grandmother. So we need to start seeing these roles being shared. Working together in order to build a society of care is vital to ensure a better future for our women, our teenagers, our rural girls. and to strengthen food security. Latin America and America in general is for the food for the world, particularly with the biodiversity we have. That is why we need to strengthen this food security and the development, the sustainable development that we have been talking about for several decades that our world requires. Thank you so much. So let's continue with the participation of Mrs. Jennifer Mojica, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of Colombia. You have your 6 minutes. Thank you, Minister. Thanks, Aika, for the invitation. I'm not gonna read the rest of you today to make a good use of the time. I'm Jennifer Mojica. I'm very proud to be one of the three agricultural ministers. Since 1915, we have this agricultural ministry in Colombia. This is the first time we have one minister and two vice ministers, females. The three of us are young and are quite technical people and without any political affiliation. For the first time, I need to talk about the context of this panel because there's no question that it is not the same thing to talk about the economy of care or how to generate resiliency to the hunger situation in this first line, which is the economy of care, when we are in a situation of a great variety compared to a disparity situation like the one women are experiencing. The context is similar to the one shown, but I have to talk about Colombia's data. 4 out of 10 women rural women suffer of extreme poverty because of this multidimensionality that affects their life quality. When a woman is head of house, which is half of Colombian households, the burning of this care activity unpaid is 8 hours a day. This triplify the men's the unemployment rate of women is 3 times more compared to the men, and they receive 60% what men receive, and just 26% of productive units. I mean, agricultural units that produce food are have are led women led, and this includes another series of inequalities that include equal indicators. Everything related to access to land, which is now 30% of women. And although since the 90s, we have an intensive program to generate access to land for women, or at least to ensure equity, gender equity in the constitution of households. But this has not been able to change the balance of land access of women. If we talk about access to other factors, such as access to credit, machinery, access to productive investments, or a development of value added in the harvest aspect, these indicators may be even worse. In Colombia, we have a big challenge. I would like to say that here, since 2002, there is a policy of rural women that aims to articulate the whole state system in order to generate better conditions of participation of women in the decision-making processes, to generate the spaces, specific um, positions for women associated to the agricultural rural development, and to generate positive policies that will generate greater investment in attention to women and their needs within the productive role, with all the factors related to the development of agriculture. In addition to this, we have been issuing standards, the 1413 of 2010 that recognizes the economy of care in Colombia. This is a very important indicator because it led us to produce data related to the use of time in the economy of care by rural women in order to make political decisions. But this is something that if we do not measure it, it does not exist. And to this extent, to progress in generating data in order to make decisions is vital. So here it says that it has to be done every 3 years. I mean, to collect this information about the burden of work and the economy of care of women. And with that, we have been able to adopt decisions. Another progress made is the recognition made in 2017 under the framework of implementation of the peace agreement. Colombia subscribes in a peace agreement with the FARC in 2016, and in this agreement of peace, in the negotiations, the women organizations, farmer, black, indigenous women, victims, to generate a gender chapter in the agreement of peace. And this gender chapter is implemented by recognizing the care as one of the activities valued for economic exploitation that will allow to- given the land to women and to promote other development lines. Nowadays, we are recognizing that the work of care is a productive unit in order to value the economic contribution. This represents 70% of production of food comes from farmer hands, and half of this is done by women in the garden at home with their own productive capacities. The idea is to quantify the weight of this in our rural GDP and how much would we need to invest to improve the development conditions. And this from some participation uh, environments where we are updating policies on a concentrated and diverse process with differentiated approaches, with territorial and regional approaches, because we have many situations that led to adopt public investment appropriate for the needs of each woman. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jennifer. Now, I recognize Mrs. Laura Suazo, Secretary of State for the Departments of Agriculture and Livestock of Honduras, who is with us virtually. Go ahead, Laura, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning. Special greetings, first of all, for my colleagues, Minister, Secretary of State for Agriculture, Mary Paredes from Peru, Jennifer Mojica from Colombia, as well as for Mrs. Susie McDonald, who represents us as Vice Minister from Canada, Fernanda Machiavelli. Nice to meet you, Secretary of Brazil, Nerissa Gittens from San Vincent and the Grenadines, and Carla Banet from CARICOM. And of course, special greetings to AICA authorities, Ms. Manuel Otero, Lloyd, Jorge, all AICA family, and all the directors, and to the audience that is with us right now. It is a pleasure to be here with you to address such an important topic, and so complicated as well, because the question is not an easy question. How do we move towards the economy of care from the agri-food systems in the Americas? Joint actions for strengthening. I believe that this topic as we have grown listening this topic, and also in this deep desire to find all together alternative solutions leading us to a more equitable world in any sense. When we talk about the particular case of gender equity, and in this case, that is specifically linked to women's participation, it is a complex subject. I would like to start with a reflection where basically I would like to talk about the economy of care and its importance in the agri-food systems. Locate us very quickly in 3 points. Economy, the importance of a general economy, care that are related to survival of human gender. It is a human activity, but it is also a cultural and social activity. I mean, to take care of minors, particularly, and an elderly population requiring care. And that is directly linked in most countries, but particularly in developing countries with direct care of women and the participation of women. And of course, the participation in the agri-food systems, where that I divide in two parts. The part related to production of agricultural, any activities, agroforestry, forestry, fishers, where women directly participate with the physical work. And this shows a reality, particularly to take care of minors and the elderly. But the other part is a growth. All these conflicts, social conflicts that we have experienced, pandemic, war situations, have included more participation of women in the labor field and the economic field. So women participation, since we're allowed to vote, is related to disruptions, to break. In this case, it's like breaking everything that is represented by crystal roof schemes that limited us to participate. And then it is important. So, starting from the review of these traditional roles for male and females in a home, a woman has a role with some activities, as well as in agriculture, and they are sort of predetermined. So, there is definitely a gap in the participation, and this gap needs to be short. So, I believe in the case of women, it is not a secret that through all so anytime there has been a sort of exclusion and discrimination tendency towards women. So this exclusion, I'm going to take some short time to share, maybe from a personal reflection. This year, we celebrated in an agricultural university located here in Honduras, the Pan American School of Zamorano. We celebrated 40 years since women were accepted. For sure, I have seen through history this participation of women, and I have done this with other colleagues. We have made research about what do women that study agriculture do for a living. For many years, believe me, I pray for more women from Zamorano became ministers of agriculture. I did that for a while without knowing that it will be my turn to be the first graduated women from Zamorano to become the first Minister of Agriculture, or Secretary of State in Agriculture. Zamorano took 4 years to accept women since the creation, and we women, Zamorano women, took 4 years to become ministers of agriculture. I believe this is a very important historical and cultural element related to the question that we're going to the changes that are needed for women do not have problems in reaching and having some participation in society. The fact that historically we have assumed this role of care does not limit us, but we should find the way out to do it. Women participation has increased in different parts. And with that, we have been able to respond to these special care that are required from us. On a recent study carried out in Honduras, in analysis, three important variables were analyzed. The economic participation, I mean, to have a salary, this salary led us to pay and other women to move on with the care. But there's an element that is really helpful. All of us know this, and I'm referring to education. So women in Honduras have progressed amazingly in almost eradicating the literacy and increasing the number of school participation and the number of universities, but we still need to go into non-traditional chains. I mean, the salary should be revised. In 1 minute, I can only tell you that the other topic is political empowerment. I believe that there are two things against women participation. In relation to this question, I believe there is a lot of to do, but in that regard, in Honduras, we have have given some steps, but particularly in the field of agriculture, there's much more to do. The impact of Honduras, the strongest impact in Honduras is related to breaking these schemes of history, these paradigms, where, for example, the fact of having for the first time women as president opens the opportunities for more participation and better attention to this. To have for the first time president in the Congress and to have more congresswomen in the Congress, in this case, it's the five. So to have more Secretary of State, eight out of 24, all this gives is a big opening. We need more impact positions, more positions where women can make decisions, to have examples of women in key positions. Sometimes we need a woman in the directorate. I believe FAO. Imagine the FAO has not had a woman in this particular position. So I believe that there answer to this question is also a new opportunities in any sense, education, economic decision making activities, and specific projects. There are many projects we are carrying out. I believe we still need to win this barrier of single mothers, more than 35% in Honduras. The responsibility of both, and also to lead the barriers of better access to land, to funding, that they do not require so many guarantees for women, and programs that from the reality of women be developed, and we will promote them in order to effectively change this economic activity that has an influence in culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Very good thoughts about some positions that we women have not yet filled up. Now, I would appreciate if the next participants can complete the 6 minutes allowed for them. We will now hear the video of Ms. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, better known as CARICOM.
I applaud ICA for this well-needed focus on gender equality in policy design and implementation, and for actively supporting the inclusion of women and youth in the agri-food development agenda. This fourth ministerial forum highlights the importance of female participation in decision-making. The perspective of women is important, otherwise we only see half of the picture. CARICOM heads of government have acknowledged the important role women must play in the transformation of agri-food systems in our region. The reality is that true transformation of rural economies and food systems will not be possible without active inclusion of women. The Caribbean community is committed to encouraging the participation of women, youth, and small, medium, and large farmers to transform the sector into one that is truly inclusive, productive, and sustainable. We also recognize that full development of women's capacities and their integration in the food systems agenda requires coordinated, integrated, and comprehensive action across sectors. It is only by working together that we can achieve our goals of encouraging and supporting the participation of women, especially young women, in agriculture. It continues to be the reality that many rural women are unable to fully participate when policies and programs are being implemented because they are not identified as heads of households or do not have access to land or other financial resources for production. The gender gap across the agricultural sector is significant. Without a doubt, this gap negatively impacts food and nutrition security in rural households, increases poverty, and ultimately adversely influences the performance of the agriculture sector. CARICOM also highly values youth participation and empowerment in agriculture. We have established a Youth Advisory Council, which serves as an important mechanism to draw on the inputs and perspectives of youth. I consider this as an important achievement as we seek to secure a sustainable future for agri-food systems in CARICOM. Statistics show that the combined youth population of Latin America and the Caribbean is around 160 million, a significant number. We therefore look forward to advancing our cooperation and exchange of best practices between CARICOM and ICA in youth participation and empowerment. I urge you to ensure that the objectives of this fourth ministerial forum are met as we strive to deliver the necessary actions to allow broader and deeper involvement of women and youth in the food systems of the Americas. I wish you a productive and fruitful meeting.
Satanas. Very interesting video by Miss Clara Barnett. We continue now with the participation of Miss Susie McDonald, Deputy Vice Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture and Agri-Food of Canada. Go ahead, Susie.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ministers and high-ranking officials, Director General Otero, Deputy Director General Day, fellow panelists and participants. Buenos días desde Canada. Estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con ustedes hoy. I would like to thank Dr. Otero and AICA for convening this meeting. It has already been so informative for me to hear the remarks to date, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the panelists. And frankly, it's an honor for me to be here speaking among powerful women leaders in the agriculture sector in our region. We all know that women bring new energy, unique ideas, and solutions to the agri-food sector, whether it's on the farm, in food innovation, in the boardroom, or in research labs. Frankly, addressing unpaid and paid care work issues is essential to achieving gender equality, empowerment of women and girls, inclusive growth, decent work, and many other sustainable development goals. That's why I very much appreciate this opportunity to discuss the challenges that women are facing and to share Canada's experience on how to ensure their greater participation in the sector. We all know, and many of you have mentioned it, that significant gaps between women and men in terms of the agricultural labor force, farm income, assets, and productivity exist everywhere. The FAO released a report on rural women earlier this year that shows that women's roles tend to be marginalized. And frankly, we heard it from all of you this morning too. Their working conditions are often irregular, informal, part-time, low-skilled, and labor-intensive. This same report concludes that women's greater burden of unpaid domestic and care work, such as cleaning, cooking, and caring for household members, contributes to inequalities in labor market participation and outcomes. And it's evident that women, when enabled and empowered, advance the agricultural sector. Canada's Agricultural Hall of Fame has several examples of outstanding women who have made their mark on our country's food and farming culture. And some of you might know, and she is known around the world, Dr. Margaret Newton and her pioneering work on wheat stem rust in the early 20th century, which helped protect food security for people the world over and continues to be the basis on which we do our science today. And frankly, when I visit and speak with farmers in Canada, it is clear that women see themselves as part of the future of farming, that they bring enthusiasm, innovation, and leadership, not only to the farm, but well beyond, in their communities, farming associations, and in helping government to shape their very policies. But there's so much more potential to be tapped, and so much more that is waiting to be achieved by women in Canada and across the Americas. Dr. Otero gave some stats at the beginning, and ours are similar. In Canada, women play an important role, but we are still underrepresented in the agri-food sector, accounting for 30% of farm operators, 39% of farm workers, and 41% of employees in food processing. But only 7% of farms in Canada are solely operated by women. Women in the Canadian agri-food sector face obstacles similar to women around the world, and you've spoken about them: access to capital and financial resources, balancing work and family responsibilities, access to networking and mentorship opportunities, and a lack of training and capacity building. To address these challenges, the Government of Canada has established a number of programs to support women in agriculture. For example, we have a program that's called Agri-Diversity, and this program supports participation of underrepresented groups in the sector, such as women, youth, and Indigenous people. We're glad to see that the Native Women's Association of Canada was able to use agri-diversity funding to help empower Métis, Inuit, and First Nations people to create business opportunities through traditional food and medicine. And as you all know, the traditional food and medicine is such an important part of the work that they do. As part of a broader women entrepreneurship strategy, Farm Credit Canada's Women Entrepreneur Program provides women with access to capital, the capital that you've all spoken about. And this is needed to launch or grow businesses, along with tools and resources and mentorship to help address these gender gaps and support women to take on leadership roles. In 2021-22 alone, 518 million Canadian dollars were dispersed to 737 women entrepreneurs to help them grow their business. Since its launch, this program has already helped more than 2,600 women turn their ambitions into reality. Similarly, we have a very strong Women in Science network that is raising the profile of women in science with the goal of attracting more women scientists to the field. We're working to ensure that parents across Canada can access high-quality, affordable childcare. Many of you will have heard about that announcement, hopefully in Canada, that really subsidizes the cost of childcare across the country. And we've heard the difference it makes for women in the industry. Improving data collection is also key to understanding how we can better support women. And I'm proud to say that since April of this year, all of our programs are now required to include a new standard self-identification questionnaire to help our department better understand who's accessing our programs and who still needs to be helped. In terms of Canada's international development, women are at the absolute center of our work. Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy places an emphasis on recognizing the barriers that limit women's success in agriculture and in food production. Agriculture programming under this program supports and promotes development and implementation of policies and regulations that enforce women's rights to land and productive resources. Local women-led agricultural businesses to create new opportunities in agri-food systems, greater women's access to capital, markets, digital technology, and business development services, and frankly, women's greater participation in decision-making, including agricultural cooperatives, associations, markets, institutions, and regulatory bodies. Essentially, all the things we try to do in Canada form part of our Feminine International Assistance Policy. Overlapping global crises from the COVID-19 pandemic to Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine have all had a negative impact on gender equality and women's economic empowerment. Canada remains committed to providing funds to address issues in unpaid and paid care work through women's rights and civil society organizations, country partners, and multilateral institutions. We're building the Build Back Equal project in Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and are investing through the International Labor Organization
1 minute.
to ensure more and better decent work opportunities for domestic workers and caregivers in Peru. And so in closing, addressing gender inequalities and empowering women in agriculture is essential to sustainable and resilient growth for all of our agri-food systems. We need to continue to ensure that women have the tools they need to succeed. And so on behalf of Canada, my sincere gratitude to all of you today for your continued work, for this forum, including the recent Entrepreneurship in Rural Women course that we just saw, and certainly the fact that all of you continue to strengthen community leadership skills of women in rural areas of the Americas. Thank you.
Gracias, Susi. Ahora contaremos con la participación de la señora Fernanda Machiavelli, secretaria ejecutiva del Ministerio de Desarrollo Agrario y Agricultura Familiar de Brasil. Adelante, Fernanda.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to speak in Spanish with you. I would like to greet the ministers, Ms. Castillo, Ms. Mojica, Laura Suazo, as well as Carla Barnett, Susie McDonald, and everyone that is participating in such an important event. I would like to congratulate you for selecting a subject matter as important as the care economy. It is a pleasure to speak today, 1 week after the march in Brazil. 100,000 rural women marched to the capital city of the country to present a list of claims to improve the life of women in rural areas, better labor conditions, and better well-being. This is a movement that takes place every 4 years, and we were very satisfied to hear some very important announcements as a result of that meeting or that march last week. There is the announcement included an agrarian reform in Brazil to include rural women, prioritize the households headed by women. They will have better access to financing. And there was the announcement of a program for a better production, 90,000 backyard activities, and they will receive funding for this, and this will help vindication of women. And very related to our discussion today, there is a program of citizenship and well-being, the main focus of this women's movement. How to ensure that the rural areas can have access to policies and rights as health and education and other policies that we have in the country. These have been some of the important points we have presented that were claimed by 100,000 women in our capital cities. And that is why this government is focusing on women, putting them at the head of these processes and changes in Brazil. The Women's Ministry was created. The Ministry of Agricultural Development has been strengthened, particularly the role of women in that area. And basically, we need to change this reality. This is a reality we have heard about that also exists in Latin America. We know that women focus on that women are overburdened with care activities. In Brazil, it is not only the care work for rural women, but particularly for Black rural women. And that is our reality. So the rural women, which I believe is a very important element as we have been discussing today, and they are we have created a microcredit system for rural women. It had existed many years ago, but it was very difficult because it was basically focused on men. Now it is focusing more on women to ensure the economic and productive autonomy of women. So this has been a very important step of the administration. And with we have another program for the purchase of food products for women, and there are $50 million for some activities related to women producers here. We are providing technical and technical assistance to rural area women. There are 15 billion in credits for women also. So through all these actions, there are many actions for rural women, and this is our effort to create or to ensure autonomy for such an important segment as our rural women. We know that economic autonomy can only be achieved once we have a foundation, a support for the care agenda. And this will only happen when men and women assume co-responsibility for the productive work in society. This process has a series of steps in order to achieve such an important change. So as I said, we are implementing this new program that is called Citizenship and Well-Being, which involves actions like collective laundries in rural areas. Basically, we are making available equipment, washing machines for the communities, so that in these settlements, the women can have access to these laundries. This does not only apply to women. This equipment, obviously, for men to use also. As part of the national care policy, we have this national care integrated care system in Brazil. We have the new agenda. We are working on providing all the tools, the policies, bringing together the federal government, the municipalities, to give support to all these families. In ending, well, our Maria Eduarda Vasconcelos, our youth coordinator, is with you there, and we are all together creating a youth program. Excuse me, Fernanda, 1 minute. Sorry, no worries. Thank you. So we are creating this agenda for the rural agricultural youth. And basically in Brazil, we see a big migration of people from rural areas into the city, and we need to bring them back through the support of the state and the care in the rural areas. We will learn together one from another about the realities in our different countries, and we must create this second generation agenda to create food systems that are sustainable, healthy, inclusive, and to foster the economic and productive autonomy of rural women. And the best conditions for that care is something shared between men and women, and with the support of the state. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fernanda. Finally, we have the participation of Ms. Nerissa Giddens, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, and Labor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The floor is yours. What a position, please.
Adelante, Nerissa, por favor.
Go ahead, Nerissa, please.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm exceedingly grateful to AICA to be in the company of such outstanding individuals on this panel. I do my best to represent St. Vincent and the Grenadines and to make us women proud. So as you know, the care economy as we understand it, and as informed by the ILO's perspective, entails a diversified range of productive work with both paid and unpaid work activities for providing direct and indirect care necessary for the physical, psychological, social well-being of primary care dependent groups such as children, the elderly, disabled, and ill, as well as for prime age working adults. I want to provide for you in this brief description the context within which we operate in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the role that the care economy plays in the development of the agri-food system as a whole, with an emphasis on the role of women, understanding from the ILO as well that 3/4 of unpaid care and 2/3 of paid care work is performed by women. The Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor, where I am permanent secretary, has a database for persons involved in the 3 primary industries, mainly agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. Our information reflects a population of over 10,000 registered farmers and 3,000 registered fishers. More so, our information reveals that approximately 30% of the registered producers in fisheries and agriculture are in fact female operators. We believe this to be a tremendous underrepresentation. The fact of the matter is that in many family-operated farm or fishing enterprises, only one person actually, and usually the male, representing the household, who may choose to register officially, with the female members of the family staying in the background of the business and oftentimes carrying the brunt of the work. So our own anecdotal data would suggest to us that in spite of our generally low numbers of women in our registration system, we may in fact have women in agriculture produce more than 50% of the food grown at home. In spite of this, women do not own the land and lack the collateral necessary to increase production and consequently limited access to markets and marketing strategies. There is, of course, the paid component of care work, which is a growing segment of the care economy in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, at least from observation. There is growing demand for labor for childcare, and the care for the elderly is increasing, not only in St. Vincent, but also across the region. It will thus create a great number of jobs in the coming years. I dare say in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the fastest growing cohort of our population is the elderly. In St. Vincent, we see this immediately in the growing numbers of preschool facilities and home for the elderly, even as the population growth rate slows, which speaks also to some of the transition from unpaid to paid care as the society develops. However, care work across the world remains characterized by a void of benefits and protections, low wage and non-compensation, and exposure to physical, mental, and in some cases, sexual harm. It is clear that new solutions to care are needed on two fronts. In regard to the nature and provision of care policies and services, and the terms and conditions of care work. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are appreciative of the care economy's role in national development, and more so of the important role that women play in the care economy and in the agri-food system on a whole. We provide support to this important public through a number of mechanisms, including 1, a Ministry of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, Youth, Housing, and Informal Settlement, largely dedicated to coordinating the implementation of projects associated with social protection, child development, gender development, youth development and cooperatives, and community development. 2, a Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, and Labor, which subsume within its technical agenda for development of these important productive sectors, also carries some responsibility for those involved in the care economy. A Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment, which, through its network of facilities and human resources, provide healthcare and environmental services to capture the needs of the vast majority of Vincentians. Still,
Nerissa,
there
1
are,
minute.
there are gaps and work for us to do. Some of this include there is need for better data capture to describe the quantity of the care economy and the value of the plethora of services it provides. 2, for agriculture in particular, we need to understand better how the care economy intersects with the agri-food systems and what would be appropriate policy intervention to support those that are playing the dual role of care and engagement in the food system. Lastly, a commitment from all partners at the national, regional, and wider hemispheric level to promoting an appreciation of the care economy and the importance of understanding the connectedness to the agri-food system and the welfare of all peoples. The outcomes as a whole need to have this wider appreciation of this particular feature of our society. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Nerissa.
Thank you,
ahora
Teresa. Now let's continue with the additional minute that each one of you will have. In this case, I'm going to exclude myself from the minute because I will make the summary at the end. So, Jennifer, 1 minute, please, for the closing message. Well, I would like to thank all the colleagues for the important contributions made. Transformation of agri-food systems on an environmental crisis situation makes agriculture developed by women, which is a sustainable agriculture for frontline agriculture that faces extreme poverty. So to say that even without the economic capacities, family could be fed is an agriculture that is going to be the leading edge in this big transformation the world requires nowadays. It is a time to see this seriously, not only just as a practice, but as a possibility to generate containment to this agri-food crisis that we have, and how to focus public policy tools of development, promotion towards this agriculture. But because of the conditions of extreme poverty and marginalization of women, this cannot be achieved without the right support, assuring the economic, social, and social rights, better conditions for women to play this important role in the farming agriculture. Thank you, Jennifer. Now I recognize Laura. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Again, I join this appreciation for this important event and the important reflections. I believe this topic, as I said, is something of the answer sliding, creating more opportunities, more education, better salaries for women, and also to create spaces where babies could be taken care of, more flexibility with pregnant women, women that are breastfeeding. So to create these spaces for breastfeeding in the offices, more flexibility with the care of elderly in case women take care of them. I also believe that women and programs and projects that help us to believe in ourselves, that we have capacities, skills, and that we can help to build societies. In my case, I am lucky enough to have women as a president. I have never felt such a need to share with other women that are necessary to transform a country, to do good things that are sustainable. I believe this is the way to go, to invest more in women that have been historically delayed or late. Thanks and congratulations to AICA for including such an important topics on the table. Blessings for everybody. Thank you, Laura. Now, I recognize Susie.
Yeah, well, I'd like to again thank AICA and all of the speakers for coming together and sharing this fantastic dialogue. While each of our countries is unique, we've heard a lot of common messages. The gap between women and men in the labor force, in farm income, access to land, and decision-making are concerns throughout the Americas. That's the bad news. The good news means that we can all work on this together, that we can make transformative policies and learn from each other. I've heard so much from honorable delegates today, elsewhere, and the need to connect rural women and Indigenous people, bring them into decision-making. And it's true that that inclusivity, diversity, those are our strengths. They lead to more innovation, better policies and decision-making, and ultimately a more resilient agricultural sector for the future. And that's what everyone's goal is. On behalf of Minister Macaulay and all Canadians, I want to thank you all so much for all the work that each and every one of you is doing on behalf of women in agriculture across the Americas. Thank you.
Gracias, Susi.
Thank you, Susie. Now, Fernanda, floor is yours. I thank for the opportunity to listen and to share the experiences and this way of rural development with you. I believe we have the same working agenda, and we could face all together the challenge of this generation, working for the economic autonomy of women, for food security, for to overcome poverty in the rural areas, and to include the economy of care in public policies of our countries. Pleasure to be with you. Hope we could continue exchanging and learning one from each other. Thank you. And now, finally, Nerissa, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we have spent the time all productively. One of the recurring themes is that women and girls are the ones who are mostly involved in unpaid work within the care industry, and therefore are very often from rural communities, and we all have a role to play, men, women, government, and the private sector, to make this particular group of individuals and the care economy generally more involved and quantify so that we can see the value of the work being put in by the women and their contribution towards national development. I wish to again thank Aika for involving and having me in such a wonderful activity. Thank you very much all.
Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, I cannot forget to thank Manuel Otero for having said at the beginning that this meeting belongs to us and that little role is in us today. I also want to thank the ministers, vice ministers, and high-level officials for their contributions in this first panel and this discussion, and to everybody that is with us here and face-to-face and virtually. I'm going to highlight some of the interventions, and I will summarize this on a concise manner. We have been able to appreciate that the 6 interventions, all of us have policies, and Colombia is a little bit more advanced because they already have a standard recognizing the economy of care, where they can collect data to measure how they're doing in this progress of this economy of care, and they can make decisions. It is not the case in Peru, but we have other policies as well. And we have also programs and projects of empowering women, as is the case of Canada, mentioned by Susie as well. So different entrepreneurships are supported, including plant. I assume the countries have this. In the case of Peru, we have this with the empowering women who have several projects related to medical plants. Another common topic are the gaps. And the gaps, there's no question for me to say that there are more than 30 years since I started working in gender, having listening about the gaps, the land owning, the access to credit, access to machinery. As I said at the beginning in my presentation, we are progressing, but very slowly. And this is a common denominator in the countries in America. As Laura, I am very proud because I have a woman as president, the first president, a female president in Peru that assumed the responsibility on a quite difficult phase in our country. We came there and we have the social problems along with the different climate issues we are experiencing. So it is a challenge that we continue assuming as women in these times where we are responsible of rural portfolios. And in the case of Peru, I also want to use this opportunity greeting you from the Nahuel Duarte. I would like to inform that the cabinet is so now we are 7 women. In the past, we were 8. Now we are 7 women as ministers and 9 male ministers. But in the most important portfolio of the countries, which is the transport and communication department, housing and agriculture, are led by women. It is not easy yet. We have a work to do, and we see this much more at the field level. The other common topic is the work with youth. We are very into this youth, and this is also related to education. Education focus and for women improve. We have many agricultural training centers where women are playing several roles. Many teachers that were not present in the past in rural areas. I coincide with Fernanda. I agree with Fernanda. I believe that our biggest challenge is not going to be to continue empowering women. I believe we have been doing this for several decades so far. So in this empowerment, although we don't want, we give them more work. Why? Because we say, yes, we can. So we move on and we continue with this responsibility of the economy of care that we could say this is a need for women and somehow, and particularly for rural women that needs to get up at 4 a.m. To prepare the breakfast for their husband and the meals for all the workers. So it's kind of natural. So the husband went to the field with the snacks, and now she has to start working in the entrepreneurship where we are being empowered. So that's why I believe the challenge is precisely this co-responsibility that we need to look for with men. This fact of sharing roles with men. We have succeeded in the cities with that, and Fernanda gave the example with the washing machine aspect. Why? Because men in rural areas were going to be able to do his laundry. Not only the woman that will be washing in rivers. So I believe we need to start going on this way. Let's think about it. So to try to improve the change of roles of men at the field level. If there are some meetings, they could take care of the children. Considering that we have shown with figures that men has less labor burden at the field level. Another topic is another topic mentioned by Jennifer is the environmental crisis. We cannot forget it. And we need to start trying to find a way to strengthen this in relation to sustainability, social and economic rights that we must have. In summary, this is what we discussed. Thank you again for your participation. It is hard for us. Still, we have hard work to do because we are rural women as well. Rural women in cities. If it is hard for us, imagine how difficult it is for these women that are farmers. We know they are a high percentage, an important percentage of responsibility. They are the ones that produce the food for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for your words, and especially special thanks for our authorities for the messages provided. Now, we're going to move to the second forum. Here, we're going to have the moderation from our Minister Jennifer Majica, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of Colombia. She will moderate the panel number 2, called Challenges of Rural Women. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank rural women that are with us today and in presence, and particularly because you are an essential part in this forum. Minister, floor is yours. Thank you very much, Priscilla, for giving me the floor. And let me begin the second panel about the challenges of rural women. In this opportunity, we will have Maria Eduarda Vasconcelos, you coordinator of the Ministry of Agriculture and Development of Brazil, Nuria Mora Jimenez, president of the Political Chamber of Rangers in Costa Rica, Juana Garcia Palomares, president of the National Association of Rural Women Entrepreneurs and from Mexico, Lucila Quintana, Trials Peru Program Coordinator, and Kevin Caru, Aika Goodwill Ambassador from St. Lucia. I believe that the dynamics of this panel is going to be the same. At the beginning, we're going to have 6 minutes of initial presentation, and then after that, we're going to have one last round of 1 minute. I would like to make a brief introduction to this panel, talking about some of the ideas that supplement the previous panel, but focus us on a much more direct conversation about the challenges of women, the economy of care, developed by women has been this first line of attention to poverty and hunger. It is and it has been while mankind exists. But there are many factors of inequality that increase the vulnerability that put this situation at risk. That is why policies and adoption of measures require an intersectional approach. It is not the same to have women that are part of some ethnic group or that are on the disability situation, or women in different times of course of life, or women that have some belonging to any sexual diversity group, or women that have been victims of the armed conflict of sexual or gender violence. But even with that, rural women represent resiliency. And we should not fall in this scenario to making care something that is feminine. We need to make a better distribution of the care task under equal conditions in using time. But we cannot lose from sight that the task of women and their contribution to agri-food chains, the vital role in preserving traditions, cultural traditions, practices of agriculture, gastronomy, local and own gastronomy. The social issue of their communities reflects this huge capacity and this contribution that is structural compared to the growth of communities and their development. Creativity of women to create innovative solutions to everyday problems, to manage poverty or resources of the environment, and this perseverance to keep cultural practices alive, and firm to fight for for a healthy and better future for their future generations, makes them a human capital without which does not have value. So in our role to developers of public policies, and I believe here, I don't know if Dr. Manuel Otero see kind of in agreement to the situation, but this is vital, that women have a voice, that they have a vote and capacity to make this for decision making process. I must talk about an experience that happened to me as Minister of Agriculture. Systematically, I face many male forums. So I go to the board of Coffee Growers National Federation, the most important product in the Colombian agricultural economy. This is a board with three men and me. And for coffee growers cultivating coffee, but the indicator said that more than half of labor in coffee agriculture belongs to women. So last week they were talking about the participation of women, and they include beautiful pictures of women because aesthetically female agriculture is nice. So I told them, well, where are The women are, we are. This is me and the four on the picture. There's many women. Where? And the back. No, they have to be in the front line. But this always happens. If we talk about the rice, things, corn matters. I believe that if the voice of women, or for example, these roles that show women in the banks, board of directors, development banks, public banks are vital. Okay. I wanted to clarify this and this importance, but I also would like to highlight something. In the case of women, women have a triple labor journey, even more, but at least the one of care, the productive one, and that represents economic revenues. So there may be two people, women that develop agricultural productive activities and other supplements that represent money, income, and the organizational political one, because an important part of this organized, cooperated exercise of association is in the hands of women. And in these journeys, there are spaces to take care of minors. But right now, in this dilemma, I would like to invite people participating in this panel from your experiences, your experience as a rural female leader. What have been the main challenges you have faced in taking on care activities for elderly people, children, household activities, or care of workers, and water supplies, energy resources, and at the same time carry out income generating activities or community representation. Could you, so besides this experience, could you share some good practice? Besides that, so now recognize Maria Eduarda Vasconcelos, Youth Coordinator of the Ministry of Agrarian Development of Brazil, and I'll let you know when you have just 1 minute left. Okay. Please tell me that before because I speak too much. My name is Maria Eduarda. I'm from Brazil, and I'm a young farmer woman, son of people from agrarian reform. I'm here to talk to you about the challenges that I see, and also as a young woman that I hear. Well, the task in the family agriculture ministries and the coordination of rural youth. I have here material for you to take a look about the three challenges I'm gonna talk about. The first one is the technical matters. So I have three challenges. The first one related to land and territories, because we farmers at the field level, those without the land does not have a territory, and with that, we do not have identity and memory from where we are, roots, direct contact with Mother Earth. If you have a land, without land, we cannot have the memory of our people. I'm saying this because my mother and father did not have land. From land, we were able to think, so we're able to think that we could produce on an agroecologic manner, and that we could also rescue the memory of CS, because when we were working from place to place in farms, we did not have the identity with the territory, because when we request for labor, when the work was done, we moved to another city, to another place. So we lose our identity link. So with the agrarian reform and the conquest of the land of my parents, we got this recognition. And this is important because my mother was the owner of the land in Brazil. The conquest of settlements have women as the owners, and this was very important for me to grow because I was able to see the progress made by women, and this progress is given in full to young women because we see a woman progressing and we progress together. And this was very important for these spaces of recognition. And now I'm talking about the spaces that we have in our projects as well as the investments. And from the experience from an initiative in Brazil where ICA has contributed, and from encounters of young people, from the evaluation of our territory, we can see and this creates an egalitarian field. And from this, I add some pictures from these moments where I was a little bit younger. I was 18 years old. Now I'm 24 years old. And it was from these situations I was able to participate in the coordination of youth. And I was able to be part of this construction of the government to have a proper field for youth. And I wanted to give this message. We are not working with an essential perspective of women as it was before. We are working more related to equity. We have where we have dignity, and we have the technological advances because we don't want a field, a farming field laid with access to connectivity and tools to empower family farming. We don't want to work with people, so we want to work with tractors, with machinery to empower family farming and to have access to social media. And this way we can have that produce food with young people. So thank you for this space. Thank for the invitation to Christina and for being in spaces with strong women like you. So we see the importance of this space. I'm very happy to be here. And I was listening to the discussion, and we're talking about youth. So we're talking in spaces like this, indicating that this is a general concern. It means that we are pretty well represented because of that. So we progress, and thanks for everything.
Well, thank you very much, Maria Eduarda, for your happiness. Basically, to do away with a bit of this rigid panel, somewhat we have had so far. I would like to welcome Silvia Quesada at this time, Minister of Women's Condition of Costa Rica. Warm greetings and recognition for the participation of Alejandra Mora, also from the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Women's Commission, Dr. Silvi. I would allow you to listen to the next presentation, and then I will offer you the floor to put things in context. Okay, so this is a panel on challenges of rural women, how to address this challenge of being caregivers and at the same time generate income and associated activities. We are asking you through your experiences as leaders, what best practices you can contribute to this discussion. I offer the floor to Nuria Mora Jimenez, President of the Apuriscal Chamber of Ranchers. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this space. I thank ICA for the opportunity and the authorities of the Americas for opening up these spaces for rural women. In my view, as a rural woman, and as my work in over more than 30 years in rurality, we have come across different challenges where and not only have we faced these, but we have fought against these. I was listening a while ago to the fact that the one-third part of women's time is not remunerated. And not only not only one-third of the time is not remunerated. We rural women, 3-4 times more have to show our ability and skills to play all these roles. Not only we not remunerated, but the work we do is not being recognized either. So these are spaces where I truly feel very proud of the possibility to be here, to see that there is someone that is really thinking about us. And I would really not like to be here. I would rather have all those women that work in the field. I would like to see them, despite all their difficulties, I would like to have them here so that they can see there is a space for them. There are space where people that perhaps have not even been in our shoes are worried about us. There are things that we as rural women have to see. We are responsible for caring for our families, for feeding our families. We are the ones that are in charge of the education and formation of our children and of our families. If I have professional children, that is because of big effort, that big challenge we have had as women at a home. Obviously, without ignoring the support I have received from my husband or my children's father. I, thank God, was blessed with a wonderful husband who to date I do not have, and I miss him very much for that. My husband is someone that shared all the household work. He shared in the raising of our children. For 12 years, I cared for him. And let me share this experience. My husband, who died in an accident, he had an accident. And even so, my children were able to move forward, were able to study. I have generated income from the household. I have always done that. When my husband had the accident, it was very difficult for me with 4 children, some in the university, others in school, in grade school, and others in high school. And I had to face that challenge of caring for my children aside from maintaining my family and my home. And that, as a rural woman, is something very complex. Thank the Lord for the lessons I learned from my mother. We were able to face the situation and move on and ensure that my husband could live for those 12 last years with quality of life, with care, with love, and with very good health amidst it all. And I share this as an experience because this is what we rural women live day by day. We have to bring food to our homes. We have to care for our children. We have to ensure our children grow up with good education, with good mindset, and we must care and ensure that our families remain united. It is so important for we women to be empowered. We rural women sometimes do not even believe it. We do not believe in our own abilities, what we are doing at our homes. So oftentimes we believe that we are always under, below, and we do not fight or we do not feel empowered. And I believe this is one of the challenges we need to overcome. Empowering rural women, strengthening the skills, the capacities, so that rural women believe it, that they believe that the work they are doing is very important for the development of our communities and to strengthen our families. It is very important to strengthen productive activities. And there is something that we as women, and particularly in Costa Rica, we have. I represent an organization, 2,000 producers in that. And when I talk about 2,000 producers, I'm talking about 10% women, 10%, as I said before. These are not registered. We do not see them on a list of the Ministry of Ministry of Agriculture. And we need access to land, to financial resources, what to flourish. If I had not had that opportunity, I would not have been able to move my family forward. And that is why I use it as an example. And there is something that I would like to share with you. And I would like to ask for you. Last June, at the OAS, there was a work to further work with rural women. Doña Cindy and Doña Alejandra Warbener, the network of Latin American and Caribbean rural women, encouraged the declaration of Decade of Rural Women for 2024 to 2034. With the support of Doña Alejandra as executive director and from Doña Cindy, we were able to achieve this. But I do not want this to just remain there on a piece of paper. We believe in that policy. All authorities of the Americas must help us to ensure that rural women are really empowered so that we can really move forward with our group, with the care and education of our families, because in the end, this is what is most important. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nuria Mora, for that inspiring testimony. I offer the floor to Juana Garcia Palomares, President of the National Association of Rural Women Entrepreneurs, ANMEC. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to especially recognize our director, Manuel Otero, for the possibility of given to us today to be here in person to share a bit. But I hope that this is enough to inspire you. This is the work we do at the association that I chair, the National Association of Rural Women Entrepreneurs. I would like to begin my presentation a very short time, but we will try to inspire you today with a poem that I very much like, and says, women support half of the heaven, and if we lower our arms, heaven will fall. We are an association consisting of 127 women in its constitution, and around 15,000 members. That is, women that work in the field, in the city, in the cities, ensuring that the raw materials can become food stuff. We drive the transformation of living conditions in the primary sector, fostering education in the rural and urban areas with the modern production techniques and the use of renewable energy, sustainable utilization of natural resources, protection of the environment, flora, fauna, and the preservation and restoration of the ecological balance, as well as the promotion of sustainable development. I fully support what we have been hearing today, mentioned by the ministers and other colleagues that have spoken. because that reality presented today is the reality we have in all our countries. And I would like to say that and with the next slide, I would like to quickly tell you something so that you can. Next slide, please. The reality in our country, according to the latest census, where we had 196,350 rural towns, less than 2,500 inhabitants, 26 million, representing 23.2% of the entire population of our country. Our country has many little countries within it, and this means, nevertheless, that although it represents 43% of the hand labor in the rural area, if you look for us in statistics, particularly regarding economic conditions, we are not very representative. However, today, the support given to us by ICA makes us feel very excited. It gives us the strength to continue moving forward with a broader task, which is, aside from all the care that has been mentioned here, and I will not repeat this to take no more time, we also have the big responsibility to care for our planet. That, I believe, I am fully convinced, in fact, is our biggest responsibility, and that is why I am so excited to see the participation of our young colleague from Brazil, and the participation of those of us, all of us that are here, and those that are listening to us, even though they are not here, because this means that we are not on the wrong track. We have to do more. The challenges are greater. Despite living on the planet or in our territories where we have the biggest biodiversity, however, the main contradiction here is that we have so many communities in extreme poverty. Next slide, please. I will quickly go through this just to share what we do with the members of the association. Here we see a photograph taken by Julieta Ruiz Cedillo. She grows flowers in Mexico City, flowers for the gourmet market. This activity allows her and allowed her to care for her father up to the last moment, who died due to COVID. Next slide. Here we see our colleague Patricia Roman Mora, a youngster, 30 years old at the most. She grows aromatic plants in the state of Morelos. She transforms them and makes many products as vinaigrettes, teas, and she also unfortunately lost her mother due to COVID, and she just had a baby not long ago, and this allows her, she supports us with the financial aspect. She is a deputy treasurer, but I wanted to share this with you because when we are asked about what experiences we can share, well, these experiences that basically come from the creative work, but particularly from the organizational work. We consider that if we do not have an organization, if we do not have information, and if we do not have the support of academia and institutions that can give us the tools to face this, well, it will be very much harder. In Mexico lately, there has been a reduction, although we have the National Women's Institute and that we also have a gender equality law. And by law, ever since 2015, we have obligations like significant parity. We still must recognize that when we examine the budgets, we review budgets to support this, they are not aligned with the regulatory framework. One more minute. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Juana, 1 minute. Yes, thank you. I would like to share these last slides with you to tell you that as to challenges that we face, well, that we are alone facing all of this. In a few cases, we have some government support due to the customs in our communities. This is a task that applies basically to women. This has been feminized. And due to migration, we women basically have remained back to take care of our home. And this is a non-remunerated task. So necessarily we have to find a way to overcome this. And we are responsible. We have assumed responsibility for caring for water, land, and biodiversity, because that means that we are caring for the future of newer generations. Thank you. Thank you, Juana. Beautiful slides that have shown us the characteristics of women's production. Now I offer the floor to Lucila Quintana, coordinator of the PRIAS program in Peru. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank you for the invitation of ICA through Hector Cortés. To participate in this interesting forum, this fourth forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high officers of the Americas, and that puts political women at the center. They are responsible for the change at this, but it's also a joint action in which we must ensure strengthening. But more than assuring strengthening, I believe that we need to see the clear strategies and how we implement them. How in our countries we are fully convinced, and I believe all of us in this room are fully convinced that family agriculture, with the inclusion of women and the generational change, this is the time to break away with any paradigm, any condition that calls upon us today to ensure partnership through the coordination of cooperatives and associations, because that partnership is the backbone of a rural community, the one that through producers, men and women, generates jobs, provides access to markets, fair prices, good agricultural practices, and truly becomes the agricultural business for all the different activities. These are the measures that women accept as a condition to live in our communities and to help our communities move forward, to ensure transformation in our rural communities. But with great concern, we have all experienced this, we see the role of rural women. How we are basically excluded from certain conditions in face of these impacts that are not foreign to climate change. And basically, I do not want to repeat the figures that our ministers and high authorities have already mentioned, but what I would like to do is go directly into key elements that are the challenges we have as responsible for the care economy in rural areas. So for us women, in rural development, agriculture is a reality, a sustainable agriculture resilient to climate change, but developed by people, by living beings, with all the productive chain, and that it is not only consists of rural women, we have all the chain with all the professionals and managers and others, where we all work in a process that leads to the development of our sector, agri-food sector. So under these conditions, what we will have to see, since ICA is addressing this challenge with us, we want to call so that this segment that is involved in this effort to mitigate hunger, because 900 million stomachs from now to the year 2030 will have that weakness, that problem. We have to find a way to ensure that these rural entrepreneurships are transformational for women and youth, and to have the necessary investment, the financing, agricultural financing, because this is very complex for us. Something else we have is limited access to productivity methods. It is important that all these ideas and proposals can truly become international policies. We have a regulatory framework for the care economy. Colombia is a very good example of that. Hopefully, our governments could articulate those regulations also so that these become international regulations. We need to be prepared because the challenge coming due to climate change is not going to exclude anyone. We all have to be prepared. We need to work on immediate resilience and find an immediate response to ensure that these productive processes are truly resilient, inclusive, and that they can nurture our families through healthy and nutritional food. And with this, we need to empower women in agricultural sector through equipment, mechanization of the fields, and funding. We can guarantee healthy lives, and we can guarantee good and nutritional food, and basically provide food for hospitals and ill people. So what we have to see is how. 1 minute, Lucy. Yes, just a second, please. So what we have to do here then is ensure that our governments be a multi-sectoral platform, because the rural sector is not just agriculture or livestock. Our rural sector needs our ministers of economy and finance be truly guaranteeing a budget for food security, including women and youth. Because it could be that the agricultural portfolio has the best of willingness, but if the Ministry of Finance and Economy does not assign a budget, nothing will happen. So we can also come up with a proposal, perhaps, to have this meeting of ministers of agriculture every so often to measure the progress made as a region, as Central America or Latin America and all countries. And moreover, what we have to see is that the fact that we need a census of rural women to really see how we are post-pandemic. What do we need to do over time? How do we endow women with instruments, access to technology, to close those gaps we have? And through virtual articulation, as the colleague from Brazil mentioned, in some sectors, there are already washing machines. I am witness, there are women that have to simplify their work because there's a connection. We have electricity. All we need is to find a way for these projects to be built together with women, seeing their needs, because oftentimes there's a close connection by saying, friend, the ministries develop a program, but it never becomes a reality for the growers and producers. I would like to thank our Minister of Agriculture of our country for this rural entrepreneurship program for women, rural women. And there is an agrobanco program here for us. But we need more. That is why our work focuses on three proposals, the three P's: persons, productivity, and planet. Persons, women that must be empowered and trained and be part of the productive process. They must participate in political leverage so that the authorities can consider that there are advantages in the rural areas, that not only are we women that want a subsidy or that want to be given things. No, a practical example for us as women is that I advise coffee growers, women growers and maize and others, but we are always in articulation with the buyers. Buyers give us a subsidy to guarantee caring for the children or persons with disabilities. Lucila, you ran out of time? No, I already gave you 1 minute. In fact, I already gave you about 3. No, this was very interesting what you have been sharing. No, we have to have a quality of time. Thank you very much.
She wanna go to find you at the break, at the coffee break. So I give the floor to Mr. Cindy Quesada, Minister of Condition of Women in Costa Rica. In Colombia, the Ministry of Equality has been created, and they have a Vice Ministry of Women. So we're going to have colleagues in the work very soon. Good morning. I wanted to know more from my colleague, but I want to thank and congratulate rural women in the Americas because you achieved this milestone. I'm sure the effort carried out in Washington to turn this into a reality made us to be proud to see, but that was your work. So this is precisely what we need now to put all this into practice. How we're going to make this operational. In Costa Rica, as in many countries, we have a lot of legislation, important tools, public policies. But the big challenge we found, and those of us working hand in hand with women from the community side, from the political side, we have realized that there is a lack of grounding these big theoretical and academic ideas, and how to reproduce this for the benefit of women on a daily basis. Women that need this to close the gaps in this task. We designed something very simple. Gender route. What is the gender route? Accelerators. How we can transform this idea, this theoretical concept into concrete actions for the benefit of women. And in this route, there is a very important area, the economic autonomy area, 3 areas. Combat to violence, economic authority, autonomy, and the co-responsibility of care. Those are 3 major areas that affect all of us women all over the world from any social class and in any context. If we focus on the topics that put us all together, we will find solutions faster. In this line, the axis of economic autonomy has a part of quality, employability, part of entrepreneurship to transition to formal jobs. We have been developing public policies to support women and entrepreneurships for years. But we need them to develop management models in order to improve their life quality and to find them in this 27% of Costa Rica, of exporting women that we have in Costa Rica. Because of the value added in Costa Rica, Costa Rica has an important capacity to export finished products with value added of great quality. They do not compete for volume, but they compete for specialties. So in this line, in Costa Rica, we have the business park. Women is 100% of women, but the quantity of resources, this 27% moves, is just only 5% of the total exports. I'm mentioning this example because one of the elements where women in Costa Rica can develop the capacity to grow is in the finished product for export. Why? Because we develop knowledge, ancient knowledge of nature, of nature products and how the environment relates to us, and it has a set of knowledge and creativity to develop productive activities related to the environment that can generate profits from exports for Costa Rica. So, what are the challenges? Women with knowledge, women without economic support because there are not source of funding, they do not have access to resources, there's no financial inclusion, as it should be with differentiated products that consider the differentiated conditions of women in Costa Rica. So we found financial products designed for some profiles, but not every woman has the resource uh, to have a collateral guarantee. In Costa Rica, 8% of the total of productive land in private hands is the name of women, but many of them do not put their land or houses as collateral to get a credit because for them the security of families is vital. So we need a banking system with a gender perspective and considerations about the possibilities to access to land. With these clear ideas, we have been developing a strategy from the Ministry of the Condition of Women as the National Institute of Women. We have a chair in different important tables economic topics in the country. One of them is the chair we have in the Institutional Commission of Access, Use, and Management of Land, led by the Ministry of Agriculture and INDEC. And this is where we are. And we have developed important progress. One of them is that today in Costa Rica, because of an agreement of the Board of Directors, while we conclude for October, hopefully the regulation of the use of land. Nowadays, from the Board of Directors, we made an agreement, meaning that projects of rural women, if they are in a group, they have a reduction in the level of interest rate. And if it has an environmental context, they can pay just 2% of interest. These are concrete positive actions that are telling us we're going toward this place. Costa Rica made an important step recently with the approval of the decree that gives national interest to the first action plan on gender and climate change. This is vital. It recognizes the ancient relationship of women with the environment, the importance that we can be this chain that allows for security of people, but also recognizes the need to invest resources, not only for access to knowledge, to technologies, for access to training, and without forgetting the use of time aspect. You addressed this. I'm sure that was one of the most important topics. We just made the last survey of use of time. It doubles in the case of women. I'm sure, I don't know if the ladies are there, but if I'm not wrong, there's no specific topic of women in agriculture, right? No, as such, it does not exist. So if the general topic talks about double time of women in rurality, we can be sure that increases. And needless to say, to talk about the unpaid work. So the impossibilities of women to break these gaps in powers even more. It is an opportunity to make operational the conceptions we have. Right now, the Ministry of Agriculture of Costa Rica is setting a proposal for a new public policy. This is the right time that we have an executive president and a minister let me to have more, to better advocate with other ministers and the rest of colleagues, and for the first time to be seated in the negotiation table of the economic sector of the country is a clear example of the economic policy of our country in this line. I just want to say that it is an important effort because one of the challenges we have from activism is that we stop talking to women. We have focused with technical criteria, even the technical language that rural women don't want to know about, don't understand, and they do not own the movements of what they do because this is they are feminist. But we need to provide the spaces for these new voices, add to historical voices, but that also talk from the intersectionality. And here, I make an important criticism. Intersectionality is not a speech. It is not a word as to the speech. From my academic privilege, I speak because I know, because I study about the rural women, about the indigenous women. No, it is about opening spaces to the African women, to rural women, to indigenous women, to defend from her knowledge that needs to be valued as the regular example and also as a reference to talk about the rights and situations. This is a reflection that we need to do from public policies and women that are getting to decision-making positions and come from the basis. We need an agenda that cannot be exclusive. It has to be open, not only to participation of spaces, but also to the decision-making processes of these women we would like to represent. This is my message that I wanted to share with you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quesada. We extend a little bit to the apologies from Priscilla. We're going to move to the last intervention. I would like to ask the colleagues from the panel to think in 1 minute. I'm going to be strict with that 1 minute for your final conclusion. I recognize Kathy Aika Goodwill Ambassador.
Everyone, buenos dias. I hope the moderator will extend a few more minutes to me because it's always never good to be the last person before a break, but I hope I can get your attention at least. I want to first thank Aika once again for this esteemed opportunity, especially as I look around and realize that I perhaps am the sole voice who's physically present from the Caribbean. The integration of the care economy in the agriculture sector has crafted the very vision and ethos of my organization, Helen's Daughters, and how we upskill women who have triple the burden in a sector where their contributions are usually undervalued and tokenized. Allow me to indulge your imagination for a moment. Imagine a single mother of 3 children from one of the rural and remote communities in St. Lucia in the Caribbean, whose primary job is a farmer, but recognizing the continuous fluctuations in the access to a stable market for her produce, the ravages of climate change with frequent droughts and hurricanes, she must supplement her income with 2 other jobs in order to make the basic income required to feed her family, provide for her children's educational needs, provide shelter, and to ensure that her children can rise from the bowels of intergenerational poverty. But even being a farmer has its own difficulties, of course. Her work, while being vital to the economic system, because everyone obviously must consume food, is still seen as informal labor. As a result, this farmer has been inadvertently left out of the formal economic structure. This significantly restricts access to economic sustainability and independence. We have neglected this mother for so long because we still see caregiving as solely her obligation. This is the reality for too many women in my country, St. Lucia, and across the Caribbean, who I interact with when we develop our programming on a daily basis. In 2021, our organization published a study covering gender-responsive market analysis of sustainable agriculture in the Caribbean, and the data we received was so compelling and exposed our inherent inequalities. This study has ultimately influenced our programming, directly catering to smallholder farmers who are neither seen nor heard by the formal economic structure. And I believe a few simple yet wide-reaching and transformational actions can integrate the care economy in the agri-food systems. Firstly, we must mainstream a gender lens as part of our policy programming to ensure that we are sensitive to the inequalities that rural women face. I will give you a simple yet real example. When we first started our training programs, we noticed a simple retooling that made our trainings more accessible to rural women. Programs simply needed to be held after hours or on weekends, where we include children or their wards. To be honest, it's quite often to see a nursing mother in one of our training programs. Often interventions and programming are done on weekdays when women are actively involved on their farms during the period of time of these programs. It means that the mother I spoke about earlier is losing another opportunity for advancement because the programming is catered to a privileged strata who can afford to take a day off to focus on their advancement. Another one of the panelists mentioned recognition and registration, whether it's by the Ministry of Agriculture and so forth. By lobbying our ministries of agriculture, we have also ensured that our training programs have been verified and accredited substitutes for the Ministry of Agriculture's Good Agricultural Practices program, wherein these women now are deliberately included in the economic system. It means they have access to concessions, tax reductions, ability to receive more returns on their products at commercial supermarkets, among other benefits. Secondly, there must be the removal of barriers to capital for women in rural communities. There has to be a rethinking of our approach when we grant women financing and a deeper look beyond our limited notion of what is meant by collateral, because it has been proven to be discriminatory. Considerations of how many children one has and whether being married means stability must be thought about differently. We need a financing mechanism which develops instruments which take into account considerations of rural women's inherent vulnerability and their lack of access to the mainstream economy. We must start the conversation about flexible collateral requirements, cheaper loans, group guarantees or productive assets, customized financial products catering specifically to rural women in the care economy. Obviously, added to this, an aggressive financial literacy program to raise their educational profile. Guaranteed loans which can build a credit history, flexible repayment schedules which align with the cash flow of agricultural activities to reduce the risk of default. There is a financial crisis in the Caribbean when it comes to the agricultural sector. And now we are seeing predatory lenders directly targeting rural women and communities, and once again, keeping that cycle of poverty going and going and going. In the Caribbean, 11 to 30% of agricultural land belongs to women, and it is much lower for persons under the age of 35. But there must be a deliberate provision of demarcating land for rural women who have been traditionally marginalized. This will not only assist in being able to secure financial support for women, but it is also a way to care for their social and economic well-being. When these lands have also been given, there must be the deliberate re-education and upskilling of our rural farmers with sustainable agricultural practices, particularly in light of climate change and mechanization. A lot of the work that we do at Helen's Daughters is also concerned with this. By way of an example, our own headquarters, now that we're trying to build it out, to lead this charge took over 2 years to receive state lands, which we were unable to choose from, but it was land that was selected for us, which I may add is in a flood-prone area and in one of the poorest districts, and we are still finalizing the lease to this day. This land is needed to create a community hub and space to provide the very asset that most of our members do not have. And what happened? An attempt to swindle our organization out of a large sum of money from private individuals for lands which did not belong to them, but rather to the state. So if as an organization, we are facing this problem, what about our individual rural women? In St. Lucia, I'm sure like I've heard in many other countries, there is a stereotype that it is a man's job to grow and not sell produce. It is the woman's job to sell produce. Yet there are established structures for farmers who are typically meant to be registered and receive benefits, while market vendors, women who have decades remained in the informal sector, do not. And they obviously contribute in large part to the agriculture and tourism sector. I am closing up, which brings me to my final point of support of grassroots and civil society organizations. Applying the concept of the care economy in the agricultural sector means supporting civil society and other organizations that interact with these women on a daily basis. Evidence has shown us that household distress in rural households is high. Our members are gender-based violence survivors, have cases of child sexual abuse and domestic abuse within these very households. And who do they seek out for help? We are their psychosocial support. We are their listening ear. We are their lawyers. We are their doctors. And I say this because working with rural women in increasing their productivity does not only include training them in sustainable agriculture or business development or marketing. It means on our side that we include training in trauma-informed care, developing their financial literacy, understanding how to pinpoint discriminatory financial or land practices. It means holding free healthcare clinics in rural areas when we know they are not able to access healthcare. It means providing them with social safety nets similar to any private or public sector worker. As our mantra at Helen's Daughters goes, agriculture is rather really not the end point, but should be an entry point to overall development. Thank you.
Bueno.
Okay, the managing time is a complex role, particularly when the conversation is so interesting. Fortunately, we are about to break, so we could continue our discussions during the break. I cannot close because the intervention has been really provocative, and because of time, many of you didn't make your conclusion. So I'm going to ask each one of you in 1 minute or in one sentence to summarize what you don't want us to forget in relation to challenges for women. Maria Eduardo. Okay. Very productive and rich presentations and interventions. In closing, I would like to thank once more AICA, and I would like to say that youth is the present and the future, and that we need to take care and invest for our planet become stable and can be lived by future generations. Nowadays, we are experiencing drastic situations because of the environmental and population aspect. We don't want a future with hunger. We don't want a future with natural disasters. We want a future of people and youth and young women working with the partnership at the field level. So, and that all this is not a case, but I see an important number for everybody to have the possibility in the field level with diversity and possibilities. Thank you. Now, Nuria. In 1 minute, it's very little to, well, we can say, but my message is that rural women, we have in our hands the development of our communities, the strengthening of our families, and that we need the authorities in order to achieve all this, and that the development takes place. I dream, and maybe I'm not going to say this, but I dream in that the power will be in the hands of women, because we have a big heart. We work beyond the value men normally don't give. So we need the support, and we're here as rural women until the last day God gives us to live. We're going to help to develop the development of our communities and our countries. Thank you, Nuria. Juana? Yes, thank you. I want to say that a dream and that our countries can be articulated, and therefore we can be more united to face these challenges, this new topic that is in the table and that has become visible through this forum and this work. I consider that it is very important that we do the follow-up, but particularly that we can promote in our countries this visibility, and that all this that we have seen here can be disseminated in our countries, in this case, in my case, in Mexico. And of course, to ratify my appreciation to AICA, to Diego Montenegro, who made possible for me to be here, and to you all the organization, the dissemination, and particularly the information will be able will make that we can fulfill this task to have a country, society, a fair and an equal society. It's not about working in front or behind men. No, the idea is to work next to them all together to bring and to make a good use of the natural resources we have. And with this sustainable use, we can pay any loan or any funding. You owe that to us. Thank you, Lucila. I want to thank Aika for this important event. And I want to say that to empower a woman is to empower a family. We need to ensure that women have more investment budget in productive projects, that they have more investment, that the governments invest in activities, not only connectivity, but digital connectivity, the articulation with local and regional governments, that they have that they approach the academia, which is a vital pillar to develop the development of our agricultural sector, and also to build capacities of our women. Young people need an important investment. We need to ensure that these productive processes will have a whole condition of added value phases. First ours, and the rest goes later. But we need to ensure profitability for our agricultural sector. We cannot just see the subsistence or poverty agriculture. We need to give steps, quantitative steps. To see how products are valued in other countries, and also with the mitigation of climate change, to make our donors, the businessmen, those who are connected within the business, help for this policy of care economy be established all over the world, because women cannot do everything. We have share roles, yes, but we need to ensure that this empowerment can have another future for new generations. So it is a call to you all and to the authorities. I used to say the Ministry of Economy. No budget, the good actions will remain in these forums and in any desk. We need more women. We are 51% in each country. So we need to empower women, train women in representative organizations, inorganic organizations, for them to take power, not to be just the secretary, but for them to guide, to lead their own business. The managers of these cooperatives, that they try to, that poverty at the field level is not something legitimate. We have the opportunity to transcend in time. We need to find public policies that endorse us in order to ensure that we need to talk directly to the authorities, because we are part of the implement of GDP country GDP, and to be seen in economic statistics as actors of change, as agents of change. We are willing to mitigate climate change by ensuring sustainable agriculture with healthy food, and that we need to include everybody, Afro-descendants and autochthonous people. We have also displaced women, so we are whole, because we women are part of giving life and the world. I need to Cindy. Thank you for this effort from Aika to be able to share with you what is being done and to get the feedback, because regardless the place we are, all of us feel the same thing. We're not going to have an equal world if we don't give women the competition, the skills, conditions, and opportunities for them to break the poverty cycles, the violence cycles, and assistential cycles that we need to correct. This is a message I want to give to you. Let's continue working together and appreciating the efforts of organizations such as AICADA to promote this agenda. Caitlin?
Words are simply a call to action. Integrating the care economy in the agricultural sector will unlock the potential of rural women who have been left behind, who have been marginalized through lack of educational and training programs, who have been marginalized through lack of support from the community and country by not creating minimum wages, conducive labor conditions, and recognizing their efforts in the care economy. These aren't just policies, these are people's lives. So will we have another forum next year repeating the steps that need to be taken, or are we truly invested in making real and tangible change? Thank you.
Okay, I will close, retaking some of the core ideas of what has been said, thanking the panelists for their participation. There is an important coincidence in the for land territory about the need to restore these agricultural practices that are characteristic because women not only care for everybody, but they also care for these agroecology practices, the planet, and I believe this is the first film mentioned in the different interventions. If this forum was not a female forum, we'll be talking about the same thing: phytosanitary, productivity, competitiveness, foreign trade. But hardly on a male forum, the people talk about care for society, planet, territory, water, culture. And this is evidence about why this transformation of our agri-food systems are necessary. I believe this is the time, and it is good that in this forum we can give a step ahead to consolidate the agenda of the economy of care and farmer agriculture and activity of women in agriculture as a bit for transforming agri-food systems of everything that is okay in this world in crisis. I want to rescue from Maria Eduarda strong affirmations about when we have to progress, we progress all together. Lucila reiterates this spirit of solidarity, teamwork, association, a capacity to build not from individualism of women, and how this huge challenge we have of this aging of the film can only be overcome if we introduce in our cycle, in our productive cycle, women and young women particularly. From Nuria, I want to highlight this inspiring efforts of the witness, not only his human worth and family and social testimony from her organization as well. That gives us characteristic seal. We mentioned we talk about how different roles of women besides growers, all those that take care of these growers, professional ones from associations, those who are having better decision places related to public policies, and to that extent, this unlimited capacity to educate, to produce, to love, this huge heart we women have is an advantage, an important advantage in front of the challenges that we have. Nuria asks us that in the public policies instruments, women become more visible. She is right, meaning that what progress as investment is considered as a family group, and not the differences and the measurements make women invisible, and the spaces of access to property, to land, to financial resources and development are not allowed. I want to highlight the dream of articulation that you propose of the countries for this transformation in order to give more strength to women and to allow better unity from women. She shows wonderful pictures, and with that, the productive activities of women, besides being innovative and generating value, are of care of neighborhood medicine, good food, and they're economically profitable. The return on investment rate versus the generation is something that we need to measure with more efficiency in our countries. Our Minister Cindy Quesada coincided with that. She said that the support provided historically to women should not be considered as assistance. We should not perceive investing in women as a social expenditure, but as highly profitable, productive. But from Lucina, I want to highlight this associativity as the backbone of the economy. For sure, there's no question in these gaps and barriers of access to an economic and financial autonomy of women. There's no question that this cannot be done if they are not associated. But this huge journeys women have prevent them from having the capacity to partner. So this is where we need another effort from any point of view, public, private, popular community cooperation, and support organizations to improve the conditions and to give guarantees for women to partner and to have access to receive the necessary to produce more and better. This recurrent call to have an intersectoral vision of states in relation to women, not only in relation to agriculture, but also in relation to finances and to provide the necessary budgetary spaces. I believe here I want to highlight something, and this is related to the presence of the Ministry of the Condition of Women in Costa Rica. The specific institutionality related to topics related to women ensure that there is more strictness of the states and public policies. But sometimes this specific institutionality is not in line now with the needs. We have repeated this in different testimonies. When we talk about productivity of women, we're not talking about the challenges of the seeds, of technologies, of science and innovation. We talk about all this, but we also talk about the well-being, the social dignification, to the extent that women is not going to have space to produce if the family context and society do not have the right living conditions.
On shared public investment, this is a tremendous bet that we women have to work on now. This is something that has been happening and needs to transform. I would like to highlight this additionally. Normally, we see the gender approach as cross-cutting and everything. So it is very important, and we mentioned this exclusively, but it is cross-cutting. Once it is cross-cutting, it dilutes. So each of the resources, each investment in the production factors in whatever we do must clearly be established with budgetary line items and indicators so that women can feel their needs satisfied, and so that we can also measure where we are headed to and what that return on investment of women producers is. And Kate mentioned the importance of education, the need to have an aggressive program so that women can increase their level of education to overcome a caregiver stereotype of women and create better conditions to develop. And I wrap up by thanking you all very much. It has been a very enriching panel. I thank ICA for its organization and for the patience it has had. Thank you very much, Minister, for your words, and all of you for your words and contributions. I am fully convinced that when we wrap up the day today, there will be tremendous outcomes and particularly action so that we can work on together. I would like to now mention that for time reasons, we will make a minor adjustment to our agenda. We will go out to a refreshment break, but we have shortened it to 15 minutes. We would appreciate your time so that we can listen to the other panelists, and we will only take those 15 minutes and then take advantage of the screen so that you can see other witnesses of rural women as we shared this morning. So please let us be back 11:50 local time. Thank you very much.
Buenos días, buenos días.
Conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Buenos días, honorables.
Good day, everyone. The Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, your home of sustainable agriculture of the Americas, is honored to greet you and warmly welcomes you to the agreement of technical cooperation between the Organization of American States, the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Commission of Women, and the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. We are honored by the presence in this room, and we greet the excellencies, ministers, honorable vice ministers of the Americas that are visiting us and that are joining us virtually. The high-level officials and international authorities, Honorable Manuel Otero, Director General of ICA, the Honorable Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women of the Organization of American States, the Honorable Lloyd Day, Deputy Director General of ICA, and the directors of ICA and all officers of ICA. We are very honored with your presence, as well as with the authorities that are joining the ceremony virtually. Madam Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women of the Organization of American States, and Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of ICA, will now proceed to sign the instrument.
El convenio tiene
The objective of the agreement, quote, is to enter into actions of a regional nature focused on rights, gender, intersectional, to promote equality in the agriculture sector of the Americas in order to contribute to the inclusion with leadership, empowerment, and well-being of rural women of the hemisphere. Foster leadership and participation of women, rural women, in the decision-making processes, as well as the inclusion of their perspectives, skills, and knowledge in the development of policies, implementation of projects, and actions of technical cooperation of the Americas, and to set a legal framework for future agreements.
a continuación.
We will now hear the words of Mr. Manuel Otero, Director General of ICA. Thank you, Ronald. I will offer the floor to my dear friend and strategic partner, Alejandro Mora, please. Well, good morning. Greetings to all the people that are here today, particularly my colleague from the OAS, Don Manuel Otero, and my dear minister, which is part of the Assembly, the Inter-American Commission of Women, the ministers and representatives of the agriculture sector, Priscilla, with whom we have worked, as well as her team. What better space than this? And after listening to all the conversations with which we have started this meeting convened by ICA, clearly establishing the need to continue to focusing attention on what happens with women in this sector. For that reason, this is a win-win virtuous circle to understand the differentiated impacts in the world of the agro sector, women in agriculture, understand the affirmative actions as mechanisms to balance differences between men and women, to continue driving women into decision-making positions in the light of a wonderful concept, which is parity. That is, means that if we are half of the population, we should also be represented in all spaces. And that is not happening. In the world, there are many spaces, but much less in the rural world. We are fully convinced that women are the ones that move this agenda of what is happening with women. And that is why it is so important to continue with the partnerships, to continue with discussions and the best route so that this can become a more equal world. And this is a concept which is right there at the center, the mainstream of why we forge an entity like the OAS, which happened 100 years ago. So what we are doing now is all of us organizations under the Inter-American Organization, the OAS, basically sitting down to develop a powerful agenda, particularly under a very unique scenario too, and that is the rural women, to ensure that the OAS has a political agreement amidst the significant polarization in our region, and to say that we have to focus on rural women. That in itself is a historical agreement that has to do with the participation of so many people that influence this process. And this shows that we can only work on this together. And now comes the most important part, because an agreement is really nothing very much. Now we have to turn this into action, gathering the voices of rural women to work with the OAS to define and focus on what is happening and how we will design public policies, how we can link all the knowledge and the different skills of the different organizations. And that, as our minister was saying, there are many people here that have certain privileges, and what we are doing is recovering and particularly ensuring that those that do not have a voice, which are the ones that need us the most, we can raise the voice on their behalf and develop policies. And that is why, my dear friend Manuel, I believe that we have also agreed in many things. In Manuel, I have found a very feminist man, and that is a luxury for the organization. That is a luxury for men themselves, that we can enter into partnerships in these areas where men understand the need to have gender equality top in the agenda of the region. Thank you very much for the space. Thank you, Doña Alejandra. Thank you, Alejandra. For ICA, partnerships make sense when they have an impact, when we work in favor of people. So I have great expectations on this agreement we are signing today, particularly because I recognize that months ago, I really was not aware of the full dimension of what this declaration in favor of rural women was all about. But it is charting a route. And as Director General of ICA, let me affirm you that we will go down this road together. As a colleague on a geographic roadmap, which is the Inter-American System, I also have great expectations regarding the joint effort, regarding capacity building, another commitment we are entering into. So more than talking, we have to do to transform things. So it is an honor, Alejandra, and we will do things in favor of rural women. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Director General. With this, we end this ceremony for the signing of this agreement. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. We celebrate the signature, and as our Director General was saying, we and the team are ready to continue working in favor of rural women of the Americas. At this time, let me tell you that hopefully this space we had during the coffee break was a good opportunity to exchange views and comments. So I would like to offer the floor at this time to Ms. Beverly Best, our Director of External and Institutional Relations here at ICA. She will be moderating this space for discussion. We have 30 minutes for this to elaborate a bit on the two panels we had this morning. Go ahead, Doña Beverly.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. I would like to take half a minute from the 30 minutes to digress a little bit from protocol. And I want to start on a light note. I wish to recognize the organizing team for the beautiful flowers we are seeing here today. Aren't they beautiful? Really nice. And the choice of colors by Gloriana, Fernanda, who is online, Joanna, I think, Cindy, Minister, Joan, Alejandra, Nenicia, and some of the men, Lloyd as well. The DG, he just left. Why am I saying this? The men have a color tie. The flowers have a color. It really shows the solidarity with the care economy because it's also called the purple economy. So I want to say applause. All of the colors are not purple, but mauvish, magenta, but it's all within purple. So thanks again. So now on a serious note, having listened to the various stimulating interventions from the two groups of panelists, I am acutely inspired by the profound insights and the leadership shown by our women ministers, our rural women, and other high-level women officials who are involved and play a really critical role in the care economy with respect to the achievement of sustainable development among rural women in the hemisphere. I dare say all of you here encapsulate exemplary leadership qualities, which I think I want to define as a combination of heart, soul, brain, nerve, and muscle. This is not my definition. This is a definition by Klaus Schwab, of the founder of the World Economic Forum. Heart, because you have passion. Soul, your purpose. Brain, your professionalism. Nerve, courage. I heard some really interesting story like from Noria. Very interesting story. Muscle, the commitment to implement. So in my opinion, this is a sentiment that fuels the fight against inequality and towards actionable change for rural women. Cognizant that this space of 30 minutes for open dialogue, is one that is one of the cardinal tenets that I want to implore for us to utilize, is that we continue along the trajectory of inclusive participation. So I want to ensure we have the interchange of discussions between the ministers as well as our rural women, both here and those who are online. So to start off, I want you to just, those of us who wish to make an intervention, be it to react to some of the comments that were made earlier in terms of the interventions, or even to ask a question for clarification, or even to make a new intervention, please do so now. You can raise your nameplates for those of us who probably have additional points to make, or by show of hands, those who are online. Now, I am not seeing those who are online, so I have to ask my colleagues to help. But for those who wish to make an intervention, the floor is now open. The aim is really to establish practical actions or joint actions, and really to decide on some of the things that can be done together to change lives among our rural women. So the floor is now open. Who wants to start? I can see eager faces, so please take the floor. Good, I think, is it, the minister is smiling very interesting. Very good, Peru. Thank you.
I wanted to tell you, or tell you a bit about what Lucila was saying, in the sense that this is a way of making rural women visible. So let me tell you that we in Peru already have a program called Agro Ideas, which started basically bringing together producers to finance their business plans. So this is a capital given to them as support, and they need to have a counterpart in cash. It is not a loan, no. But this is basically a subsidy, a grant given to these growers, associated growers or producers. But ever since last year, with the Rural Women's and Indigenous Women's Strategy, now we have more than 100 business plans awarded to these women's associations. So this is a way to ensure they can reach the markets directly without intermediaries. And the other thing is also that they give value added to what is produced. We have significant experiences of native communities that we call native communities in Peru. These are the people that in the jungle area of Peru, these are women that have started to work, for example, with that cosmovision and the ancestral culture. On the other hand, we have worked with the women associations up in the mountains and the highlands. You must have heard about cuy, protein-filled meat. I'm just mentioning a few examples. So these are some of the strategies that are working very well in Peru. This association idea. I have some videos. I do not know if there is time, perhaps later, to show a couple of videos that they are not very long, and then socialize all the work done by this program so that you can validate this in your home, in your countries. And you are invited to come to Peru. We can coordinate an exchange with rural women in your corresponding countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nelly, for that very important intervention. I will now hand over to Joanna. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Yes, thank you very much. Down these same lines, I would like to briefly share, well, I was unable to do it before, aside from being, I am also Director of Gender Equality in the municipality I live in, and there is an important experience there. We have a trust fund, and this trust fund grants loans interest-free to women, a small amount, but these loans, for example, are given 3,500 pesos are given for these startup programs. You pay them off, then you'll get 4,000 and you pay them off. And then after that, you can receive up to 40,000 pesos in funds. So that you go along with the process. Now, what is the shortfall we have seen? Well, that sometimes we need a bit more training to carry out the practical side, the administration part. For example, simply things like understanding the financial flow. So what we have done basically is to enter into partnerships with foundations that support us to train the women. We are working with universities that come and talk to us about economics, because sometimes we say, okay, what came in went out and we have nothing left. So we do not have the possibility to return those funds. This is a revolving fund that will help us to support other women. It is very important. These are very important initiatives. As has been said here, we do not have those instruments and tools, and therefore it would be very difficult to move forward. So it is necessary to identify those options and see how we can share those experiences. Over there, we work with a foundation called Blessing Foundation, Operación Bendición, and we have worked with them on food security, for example. Something else that is very difficult is violence. This is a municipality, the municipality where I live, as well as many colleagues, where family violence has worsened. And if this happens in urban centers, just imagine in rural areas, it is much more difficult. because basically that remains hidden. If a woman is battered, it is very difficult for her to speak out, although there is a legal entity, because there's this prejudice of how are you going to go out and say that I bashed you? And then you go to the prosecution and the prosecution says, well, see, you realize that if you put your batterer in jail, you will have no one to feed you, no one to care for you. See, so we have complex issues. And since we are talking about agriculture here, well, we had not mentioned that before, but I do consider it is very important that if we want to have families living in a harmony, societies living in a harmony, we have to address all these elements that affect rural women. Thank you.
Very, very much. We now move along with the intervention by the minister. Cindy, thank you.
Thank you very much. Muy breve, igualmente.
Thank you very much. Good practices as experiences learned. All of these are a good route for us to take these to our countries. In the case of Costa Rica, I will talk about two specific elements. We have worked with special projects with a foundation called Growing Together. And through that, we develop rural farms or rural backyard gardens so that the hotels, for example, in the province of Guanacaste, purchase from them their products. This is a complete circle. These products obviously have to be very high quality because many of these are very five-star hotels. They require a certain level of products as well as innovation because they are developing through innovation and technology, producing new hybrid products. And another best practice is a program called Comujeres. This is a non-reimbursable fund from INAMU, the Women's Institute. The model was relaunched last week for organizations that are working on this. This is and allows for the participation of groups of women, not just one individual woman. So considering, for example, the special conditions of women, that is why we are generating these small affirmative actions. I understand INAMU is in conversations with the ICA to develop an agreement, to enter into an agreement. Yes, this has just been confirmed. And lastly, with violence, I fully agree with my dear colleague. INAMU is developing a strategy called Violet Points. These are spaces for information on the ground so that people can come, women that have suffered violence can come and tell their story and receive guidance as to how to go about a process, because we know about many cases of violence that do not speak out for many reasons, but also when they dare do, nobody tells them what they will come across at the legal level. We have alarming data of more than 30,000 women per year that go to court to report violence and sexual violence, and only 700 of those cases go to court, really become a trial. So we need to give access to these women of centers that can give them the legal guidance and support. Take this out to the territories. It's a very best practice through this gender route we are developing.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now move on to Peru.
I would like to tell you that very likely, we as country have a general cooperative law. A general law on cooperatives. Ever since 2015, from civil society, we have been trying to ensure that law, which guarantees association, that is what it is called 3135 for the Association of Agricultural Cooperatives, that the law had not been modified for the last 39 years. Well, Articles 9 and 10 now include women as part of the cooperative organization. So they have the same rights as males, because before women were not allowed to be part of that circle. or that type of organization. So that is a detail. We need association to guarantee an institutional structure. And with this, we reduce the risk for our customers. We are making corporate procurement at low prices. We also influence publicly with the institutions and decision makers at the local and regional level. And we would like to thank the Minister and the executive branch and the Congress for approving that law now so now we have women's voice as part of those productive processes. On the other hand, we also see that we are working with women in different processes, native potatoes, and we are currently working with the University of Belgium in a project. And LB, they are helping us to guarantee a cloning system both for cocoa as well as native potatoes, so that in fact we have articulated with potential buyers in Europe and the United States and Japan for them to be the ones to ensure some type of subsidy to ensure that women, because all of these undertakings are linked to women, so that women have the necessary time and the leaders that have the skills needs to be in those scenarios. They must take part, and that the other parties basically provide perhaps hospitality or travel expenses if necessary, and if they need someone to take care of their children or they need to carry another companion with them, they can ensure the funds for that. So with that, we seek that this associative element will ensure women have that productive sustainability linked to climate change and value added, as we have been talking about, because we ourselves have to learn to consume our own products, but that these have value added and traceability and food safety. Those are key elements for our economic undertakings and our agri-food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a challenge in terms of our time. I have about 4 more persons who wish to speak, and I have approximately 4 minutes. So if we can do this in a minute each, some persons are declining, or we can continue the conversation thereafter. I think there'll be sufficient time later on during the meeting for us to continue. So I noticed, Maria, you put your name plate down. Is it that you're giving the time to someone else, or you want to speak now? Yes, Maria.
Posso falar agora?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Vou falar em português, tá?
I will speak in Portuguese at this time because my Spanish is pretty bad. So I would like to share a couple of experiences from Brazil. One is the rural women's documentation program that the progressive government found of great importance for women so that they could have access to public policies. And now the program has returned with a very interesting characteristic. Many people are asking about it. Do we still have that association of rural women, or are there women that do not have, that are involved in agriculture and that do not have an identification as part, that are not listed? So the lesson we have learned is that there will always be a need to have public policies, because oftentimes when women have their first identification document, well, they will need those documents, particularly if they separate from their husbands or in the event of a flood, and they lose their documents. Well, that is a lesson we have learned. That is, to have access to public policies, that is very important. And something else very quickly is the laundry part, the washing machines that Fernanda mentioned. We do not have a lesson learned yet from its execution, but yes, of the process itself, because it will not suffice just to talk about the laundries in the urban areas and then move this to the rural areas. No, we have to develop a rationale where women can see that piece of equipment, that type of instrument is part of their reality. So we hope we can socialize that experience with further details sometime later.
Thank you very much, Maria. Moving right along, Joanne, you have 1 minute. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you. So from the perspective of the World Bank, one of the things that we've noticed in our investments is that as much of the more the agriculture investments are oriented towards commercialization as opposed to family farming, the more difficult it is to achieve women's participation and full and equal women's participation. And one of the obvious reasons for this is care, exactly the topic of this workshop. And so our approach, or I think one of the suggestions, one of the opportunities, is that when we are engaged in dialogue with rural women's organizations, with groups of women entrepreneurs, and we're talking about their business plans, that we can open the space to also have this conversation about care, and for them, and to provide technical assistance, to provide financing, to provide a dialogue on this issue, and to incorporate it into our investments in more productive activities. Because I think it was Caitlin who said that the investments in agriculture are an entry into the rural space more broadly, and into the well-being of kids who are the future of rural economies, at the same time as those investments in rural care are clearly supporting the productivity objectives and the employment objectives in our agricultural investments. So it really is win-win. And I think there's a lot of models and opportunities to incorporate care explicitly into agriculture investments. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joanna, but I will not be being fair if I did not allow Nuria to give the last word. Please, your intervention. Most welcome.
I will be very brief. There is something that we have not touched here, that is technology and connectivity. For us as rural women, this is a very important matter. We are very interested in accessing markets and support rural women. This is a situation, an issue for the rural areas, rural women, and we need to strengthen that. Thank you.
Very brief, but very important. Thank you so much, Nuria. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this segment of the agenda. I would say lively, enriching, insightful, and we were real about the lived experiences. We've heard about the complexities, the opportunities, the policies, the partnerships, and more. So thanks again. I want to applaud the commitment of all the women here, all of you who are here today, because you are really symbolic of how we have advanced in terms of the recognition, the representation, and the reconstruction of the care economy, and the need to take firm steps towards a care-sensitive approach in our societies and our economies. For too long, the work in the care economy has been undervalued, undermined, and unprotected. So this dialogue, therefore, allows us to identify those joint actions that we need to take to transform the care economy. Thanks again, and I wish that we continue to have a very productive meeting. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Beverly. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Beverly. I would like to thank all the participants. Now, with this, at this time, we will go for lunch. As we had commented, we have made some changes to the agenda, so we will have the opportunity to have a lunch until 1:40. And after that, we'll go to take the group photograph and continue then with the afternoon panels. Lunch will be in the auditorium, and ICA staff will guide you to where lunch will be. Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit.
I suppose because it's late for lunch. I have no idea.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent.
Recording stopped.
Ah, ya, Patricia, no sé qué pasó.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, doña Ana Güemes y doña Patricia Cosani. Es un gusto contar con ustedes y pueden por favor aceptar la solicitud a panelistas. Ana Güemes, concretamente en este caso, vamos a proceder a hacer un pequeñísimo... Perfecto, gracias. Vamos a hacer una pequeñita prueba de sonido para ver si os escuchamos, si os vemos bien. Gracias. Empezamos con Patricia.
Dame un segundito. Igual capaz que me escuchan, ¿no?
Hola, buenas. Sí, escuchamos. Pero creo que escuchamos un poquito raro. No sé si lleva igual auriculares.
Hola.
Hola, buenas.
¿Me escuchas bien?
Sí, denos un momentito. ¿Puedes seguir hablando, por favor, Patricia, para ver si... Perfecto. Listo. Te escuchamos perfecto, Patricia. Muchísimas gracias. Pasamos a doña Ana Güemes.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Hola. Te escuchamos perfectamente. Es un verdadero
Recording in
placer.
progress.
Gracias. Yo voy a hacer un PowerPoint, entonces lo que
Estupendo.
entiendo es que lo pasaría yo, ¿verdad?
Lo que usted prefiera. Si quieres pasarlo tú. Sí.
Prefiero pasarlo yo. Muchísimas
Estupendo.
gracias. Saludos a
Gracias.
Patricia.
Ahora retomamos. Muchísimas
Hola,
gracias.
Ana, encantadísima.
Encantada.
Yo también necesito y me dice que no tengo permiso para compartir pantalla.
Ahora mismo solventan esa pequeña cuestión es porque ahora mismo se está proyectando en pantalla ya algo. Por eso os dice que quizá que no podéis proyectar, pero ahora creo que ya no están proyectando, así que si podéis probar las dos, que creo que las dos tenéis presentación. ¿Listo?
Sí, ahora me da la opción, gracias.
Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias a ambas. Bienvenidas.
Listo, pues ya. Cerrando la presentación, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Ahora desconecto. Gracias. Y ahora cómo hago.
Si se ve bien.
¿Se ve bien? Sí, gracias.
Perfecto, sí, perfecto.
Buenas tardes. En 2 minutos vamos a empezar. Estamos a la espera de una colega panelista más y damos inicio.
We will be starting in 2 minutes. We are waiting for one more panelist. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, let us begin now the afternoon session. And for this, we will count on the moderation of Maria da Conceição Dantas Moura, Undersecretary of Rural Women of the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture of Brazil. During this panel, we will listen to international organizations for a 1-hour period. So go ahead, please. Good afternoon. I do not speak very good Spanish, so I will speak in Portuguese if you do not mind. Very well then. Well, I have been introduced, Maria de Conceição Dantas. I am Undersecretary of Rural Women of the Ministry of Agrarian Development. This is a women's organization that articulates actions in the area of, in the ministry, but also basically it is working on activities of MDA. I would like to greet you all and thank the previous panel, very enlightening and very enriching for our debate on the care economy. And we would also like to thank ICA for the invitation. We would like to thank the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Irrigation of Peru. It is an honor to have you all at this panel called Actions for International Cooperation for the Promotion of Integrated Care Systems of Rural Women. We understand that care is a great discussion at all levels, governments, institutions, civil society, universities, and we consider the subject matter is no doubt a matter that both the conservative sectors of the society discuss this matter, considering that strengthening family and women and the role of women as caregivers is a action from that is under discussion in neoliberalism when they say that care must be marketed and commercialized and must be put in hands of the market. And this is where we can see the big care network. Taking women in the southern region, for example, go and care for the North within the Americas themselves. Women move from their regions to provide care in other spaces. So here, this is the matter we are discussing as something that must generate equality policies in society, generating policies that are ever more decentralized from the role of women in families, and that this role be taken over by the state and the collectiveness. So in this area that we are in right now, this is an area where we would like to discuss care as a generator of equality, particularly working in care systems for rural women. Not only do we want to share, export the urban experience to the rural areas, but also with rural women build this together, because they are in fact the authors of the process. And we must ensure that this change in the social relations will help care generate or lead to the autonomy of women. For this reason, we are honored to have with us today Alejandra Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women at CIMOAS, Ana Garcia, Director of the Division of Gender Affairs at ECLAC, Claudia Brito, Policy Officer, Gender and Social and Institutional Systems Expert at the FAO. We also have Patricia Cosani, Specialist in Care and Social Protection, UN Women. And finally, we have Priscila Zúñiga Villalobos, Manager of the Program of Gender Equity and Youth ICA. We thank the directors and authorities here. I would like to greet the directors and officers of ICA, all the guests in general. The methodology today will follow the next steps. First of all, we would like we would appreciate if each panelist uses only 7 minutes of their time, 6 minutes for the presentation and 1 more minute for final considerations, and then we will move into a question and answer period. Talk about the strategic actions for the development of public policies aimed at building integrated care systems. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start, please. I would ask Alejandra Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, who has 6 minutes then, okay? To share her expertise and knowledge. Well, thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister, Undersecretary of Rural Women. Mora is like mine, Mora Mora. But you are Mora, I am Mora. I would like to greet my friends, Ana Germes, Claudia Brito, Patricia Cosani, Priscila Zúñiga, and it is a pleasure to share what we are doing as the Inter-American Commission of Women. First of all, what I would like to say in these 6 minutes is that it's impressive because forever women have been in charge of care. And despite the importance, because what we do is support the family, the community, the economy, this has been invisible. And this is simply because what women do is penalized due to gender. And what we are doing now is reverting that approach, focusing instead on care, on the importance it has for the world. And this means that we should link care as a very important element in itself, but also as a structural element for the economic empowerment of working women. And that is why I would like to share at least 3 things of this work done by the Inter-American Commission of Women. First of all, is the importance of public policies, and public policies focused on the legal side, on generating legal instruments. And there is a particular mandate for the Inter-American Commission of Women. We have contributed by making available to the states an instrument, a legal instrument, which provides at least 5 conceptual ideas or elements that are very important. The first of which is that care becomes a right. And this is very important, not only for the population at large that requires care, but also for the people that are in charge of that care, that in most cases are women. And when we put the right to care and self-care, we put the state as the responsible element here, because this brings in this actor so that care ceases to be just a family matter and instead becomes a public element, and the state is responsible for that. Obviously, we require other actors, and you have talked about men and unions and companies and businesses. That all of that is very important. The second chapter has to do with placing care within what our states have called social protection or well-being, the state of well-being. Just as we have health and education and all the other elements, we have care because of the importance it has, so that it is universal and follow the logic of universality. Co-responsibility is also very important here because we are now in the next chapter establishing clearly who these actors are, which these actors are, and how to work to bring them into the discussion. Another very important element is to understand care as an economic element. All this morning we have been talking about this, how it works through associations and how to make this visible within the value chains of all mechanisms to make this visible in our national accounts, understanding that particularly after the pandemic, economic recovery is fundamental when we talk about the care economy. And the last of these lines is governance. A care system that has no rationale, where the state is articulating and where there are no people to partner. Well, the governance system, well, remember that includes accountability, transparency, and follow-up. And if that doesn't happen, it will not become a reality. Now, particularly when the undersecretary was mentioning that what we want is to go from a system that has to do with the rural, but not just merely exports, but also caring for the rural identity. This part we believe is extremely important, and that is why there is a methodological interest in articulating local governance to identify the needs of the population in the area of care and build indicators based on this. There are experiences and very important contributions regarding some indicators, but I would like to highlight the need for whatever happens at the rural level, rural vulnerabilities, at the inability to access services. We want this to become one of these fundamental elements in order to better understand what is happening and begin defining public policies. Partnerships and agreements with local governments is very important. Association, organization of women is fundamental in all of this. 1 minute. Agreements and the relevance of including cooperatives and development associations, all of this in the rural environment, considering all fiscal incentives, credits, subsidies, and all state support measures. All of these are elements that are included herein. As the Inter-American Commission of Women, we should talk about the new Cross-Cutting Plus program. This includes the international with the national and with the local. This link is very important, because otherwise what will happen is that we design public policy at the national level, but it's not integrated with international experiences that are brought to the table, like this day today, and does not reach the rural area because it remains in one single place. And in ending, because I have already been scolded, what I would like to say is mention the last of the elements, which I believe is very significant, and that is that the Organization of American States, now in its 53rd Assembly, approved the declaration of the decade of women and rural girls. This is a process that required a lot of collective work, where we started working with the ICA, but not only, it involves organizations, regional organizations, universal organizations, and others to begin the strategic planning in 10 lines of action over the 10 years, to begin focusing on this and supervise hand in hand with women, rural women, so that they themselves can become the overseers of this process, and that we only be facilitators. At least these are the three main lines that we would like to make available to the states. Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. Thank you, Alejandra. Alejandra or Alexandra? No, Alejandra. I would like to invite Miss Claudia Brito, Policy Officer, Gender and Social Institutional Systems Experts of the FAO. Oh, excuse me. I think I did this backwards. Excuse me. Well, can Claudia speak now? Yes, I could, of course. But can you hear me clearly? Yes, we can. Excuse me, Anna was supposed to speak first. Oops, I skipped over you, Anna. Would you be so kind as to go ahead? Okay, allow me to introduce Ana Guesmes Garcia, Director of the Division of Gender Affairs at ECLEC. Yes, thank you very much. Undersecretary Maria Concesión Dantas. First of all, I would like to thank ICA for this invitation. The Minister of Agrarian Development and Irrigation of Peru as co-host of this meeting. It is a great pleasure, and I would like to congratulate Alejandra Mora for this decision to move forward with the International Decade of Women, Adolescents, and Girls in Rural Contexts, which I believe is going to be a tremendous contribution added to the resolution related to Indigenous women in the region. I believe we have a great opportunity to make a change, hopefully an ambitious and significant or substantial change. Allow me to briefly introduce myself as to where we are as United Nations, concretely in the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I greet my colleagues from the FAO and UN Women that are with me in this panel. We are working very hard to articulate the inter-American system with the UN system in the region. And as the Secretary was saying, for these policies to be transformational policies that include sustainability and put that on the horizon. So our proposal is quite deep, in fact, beginning with the feministic economy, but also from the contribution of indigenous peoples in our region, particularly women, which is the good living, the care society, as we have called it. We talk about a region where there is inequality, structural inequality. And we have explained this in 4 dimensions as ECLEC, and this was later on approved by governments, but that need to be addressed systematically. First, inequality and poverty. 1 out of every 2 women do not participate in the labor market in the region. The second is concentration of power. Women have the talent, the ability, the skills, but we are not at the decision-making level. And if you look at the information about women mayors, we are even further away there from decision-making. Only 15% of the mayors in the women are in the region are women. So when you talk about care systems and territories and power and resources, thirdly, I will talk about the sexual division of work, setting the theoretical framework for this meeting. Women that dedicate 3 times more time to work, and this is affects us, and that is the cultural patterns and discrimination. I believe this region has talked about femicides and violence, but there is a hazardous practice that is spread out throughout the region, particularly in the rural areas. That is marriage of children. Ana, excuse me. Basically, could you change the presentation on the slide, put it on presentation mode? No, it is. No, supposedly it is. No, but it isn't. You are not clicking from one slide to the next. We are on the first slide. Okay, let me try it again. Excuse me.
Ahora se ve, perdón.
Can you see it? Okay, move to the second slide. No, it is not clicking. Okay, now it is. Okay, this is much better. Okay, great. I must apologize. Well, anyway, this was the second part. And I was talking about child marriage that affects 1 out of every 5 girls in the region. Thirdly, can we see it better now? Okay, we are the region that has a regional conference for women. Oh, for the last 45 years, allow me to say, within the UN framework, and additionally within the Inter-American Framework, CIM. And this has been very interesting because in the region, we have moved forward with very advanced proposals, autonomy of women, new the structures of inequality, and now care economy. And the position we took to the last regional conference on women, we were coming back to these lines of the area of care as a need, care as work, and now this evolution is care as a right, the idea of care economy and care society. The presentation I would like to share with you, but I would like to focus on 2 details here. First of all, is this idea that you have already had in the concept note, and that is that women devote 3 times more time to domestic and care work as compared to men. And this is systematically, I guess, in all countries of the region. We women work more hours, but few hours of paid work. But when we go to rural areas, we see there is a big difference also, even greater. And that is in all countries where we have disaggregated statistics and we are missing much more. Rural women devote more hours, between 3 to 10 hours more per day than urban women. And oftentimes, many of the tasks that have to do with gathering firewood and cooking require many hours. Another area we have talked a lot at ECLAC is that a good part of the work done by women in agriculture is something that is not considered work. There is much unpaid work done by rural women domestically, but also extending the domestic work and where they appear inactive in formal statistics, but that are very active in the area of agriculture and livestock. So it is important to see this. As you can see, this is a fundamental area because 14% of the women are in the exporting sector in the region. I just wanted to highlight these 2 bits of information to explain the work we are doing in the care economy. And this is something that we are talking about in this panel, which is investing in systems and care policies that not only means creating systems, but instead of parental permits and do away with child marriage and time-saving activities, transportation, and think of urban organizations, but also we are talking about employment policies. We are talking about digital policies. That for the case of rural women is something fundamental. And we are talking about financing. Concretely, the Buenos Aires commitment has a series of elements to overcome the sexual division of labor, recognize care as a right, have regulatory frameworks, but also mention something much broader, which is policy, care policies as a transforming element, as a strong step that countries can take. So in conclusion, on one hand, we have to highlight unpaid work of women in the rural areas, both domestic work as well as work they carry out in the agri-food sector. And something else which I believe is very important in the recommendation of regarding indigenous works is to recognize the diversity of women, their knowledge, their contributions, and how to face the intersectionality of discrimination, what it means to be an indigenous work, a woman, or an Afro-descendant, or a migrant, or what have you. And the other is how we can connect the care policies to change these cultural patterns of violence that assign care to women, and how care policies are articulated with equality policies to favor autonomy, guarantee the right to care, as well as articulate the work to put an end to child labor. Let us not forget that in our region, about 11% of female work or women's work is paid domestic work. And basically, they start at a very young age and they continue working a whole lifetime with limited protection. And this is something we have to change. And lastly, both Alejandra Mora, as well as the Undersecretary mentioned, as well as the panel mentioned this morning, we need social co-responsibility with the state as well as with men, much more present. Rethink production and redistribution, not only of resources, but also of time and power. Thank you very much. And here you have the channels where you can find all the information. And I apologize for the difficulty we had with the presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I gave you a few more minutes because of that technical issue here. Now we will call. Excuse me, we will call. Now I made a mistake again. I was going back to Ana Yasmin Garcia. I am so mixed up. I apologize. Claudia Brito, Policy Officer, Gender and Social and Institutional Systems Experts of the FAO, is our next speaker. Okay, now.
Good afternoon. So, what a good confusion, right? So, greetings for you. I would love to start this afternoon by thanking Erika for the invitation made to FAO or to participate in this event. And I also want to congratulate the event and the implementation of such important topics, particularly for women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I also want to greet the authorities that are present here, our ministers, but also high authorities. I want to greet my colleagues from the panel. Good to see Anna, Patricia, and my Alejandra and Anna, all the agencies together. And of course, the representative of private sector. I know they have participated in today's discussion, and they will participate in the remaining in the rest of the afternoon. And also the colleagues from Bank for Development that are very active today in this activity. Okay, thank you. I have some minutes, and I would like to first I would like to start my presentation with an additional point to what Anna and Alejandra have already mentioned here. And this is about the situation and the context in Latin America. I mean, the situation of rural women. First point is to understand that if we want to put a face to hunger, to overweight and obesity in Latin America, the face is the face of a woman. And it is the face of a woman that is, in many cases, embedded in life in the rural area, maybe, but also in the urban areas or peri-urban areas. So it is important to understand that the hunger topic associated to poverty and this feminization that we find in our region in relation to this phenomena, it's vital. It is also important to position it from a view of the agri-food systems, understood as like this big space of transformation of production and care of the environment, which is vital for FAO in terms of the mandate that we have as an organization. And recently, I want to share with you some information, some recent information. In last April, FAO launched the global level a study on the situation of women in the agri-food systems. And the study includes pertinent information about Latin America, not only about the situation of women in the rural area, but also in the urban areas, and not only by capturing the women's problem and the food system. And in those spaces, we always approach from the point of view of rural women related to the producer women. It also gives a broader regard of the system until the understanding the participation of women as core in the paid work and activities within the food system, but that are not necessarily agricultural activities. For you to have an idea, women represent 36% of agri-food system workers in our region. In addition, in some cases, in some countries, as is the case in Bolivia, the figure increases 54 to 54%. So we have changes in some countries like Salvador, Colombia, Ecuador. But what I wanted to highlight here is the importance of understanding that the situation of women is not given only in agriculture. It also occurs in the agri-food system, making it more complex. So in the agri-food system, that also lacks, and it is framed within these cultural gaps. My colleagues have mentioned already, in the case of rural women, as you know, unfortunately, the number of gaps of inequality still affect them, particularly the access to resources, services, and care services included. So this study, this report mentions three elements for discussion that I consider important to put here with you. And this is related to what are the interventions that have a real transformational impact in life of rural women, according to the studies carried out recently. Three key issues. One, access to land tenure as a triggering element in the transformation of the discrimination situation women experience in the rural world. So this idea of the well-being and care with rural coverage, and particularly one of the most important elements is the importance of children care, child care. So the focus is more direct in this case. And the other aspect is related to having more interventions based in transformational gender approaches. What is the meaning of this? As Anna mentioned, as well as my colleague Alejandra, the need that we have to change these patterns and uses and habits that we still keep that are discriminating rural women, particularly, and the whole diversity, indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, Afro-Caribbean women, and the diaspora. So with this context, as fundamental points of the discussion, I would like to say that we have big challenges in relation to establishing systems of care and policies of care with rural coverage. The first challenge is related to data, limitations of service or time used in rural areas. There is it is invisible. There is a lack of information about the labor aspect in this context. Very information and information that is quite diverse. So we need to work hard in that. The conditions of public policies of care, the reality is quite limited. Just few successful cases in Latin America. Uruguay is one of those successful cases that has been implementing this, and the Dominican Republic, we are providing support to the program conducted that is taking care of the plans of installation of care system at the territorial level. As brief focus that is related to culture, which is vital because and there's a level of development related to decentralized work, particularly the work with municipalities, something which is important, and of root-based organizations, and also everything related to taking care of the needs of elderly people and disabled people, which are key aspects, particularly in the rural area. So private sector. There, the offer of care for rurality is not is absent. So there is an important challenge to work on. The whole issue of training women as a caregiver, things mentioned here, but important to understand from the view of the rural area, from the territory, how this centralized policy is installed at the level of territory community. Finally, I just want to mention that in relation to the discussions we have had today, I would like to propose some elements for discussion to expand this view of the interrurality of rurality in the care systems and policies at the national level. First, the recognition of care services as key for the economic empowerment of rural women. The consensus of Buenos Aires made it clear, as Ana said, the importance of recognizing rural women as part of this situation of developing policies of quality, third generation policies that will contribute to the life of women directly. This holistic view of social provision and beyond getting to the improvement of these labor conditions that affect the life of women. Development of care centers, multipurpose care centers. I believe this is a proposal we should discuss. We should analyze this age diversity of the beneficiary population, everything related to education, socialization, and health, and violence prevention that are included in this discussion of the care system, and the development of proposals with this intersectionality focus. We need to be more inclusive in the interventions in public policy, and the intersection approach helps a lot. And the adoption and promotion of co-responsibility in the family, community, and state in relation to care. And this needs institutional arrangements, promotion of a multi-stakeholder action, and scalability of successful experiences, particularly in the rural area and in the work with the territories, to support the consensus and dialogue process with key stakeholders in rurality, with women, with civil society organizations, with private organizations and centralized level, but also to ground and municipalities and the intermediate level of public policy, and to assume the challenge with the private sector. So we need to discuss more the development of methodologies and tools and criteria to develop public policies is another mandate that we have. And from FAO, we are trying to promote in the work we are carrying out in some countries in Latin America, as well as with the interagency task. And of course, there is something we need to include here, the development of incentives for investing in care systems with rural coverage. It's key to understand what is the trade-off and what are those incentives for us to find these investment steps in the long term, in the long run, and with an investment that reaches a rural coverage, that includes this rural life and peri-urban life that is so important in the case of women. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Claudia. Now I'm going to give the floor to Patricia Cosani, expert in care and social protection from UN Women.
Ahora sí, no podía encender el micrófono. Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Aika, for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to share with Anna from ECLAC, Claudia from FAO, and their colleagues from SIM. And this huge challenge of thinking about the care in rural areas, which is a whole process that we have in front of us and that invite us to reflection. Some some things that I mentioned are related to this idea of going towards a new social organization of care. People that intervened before me explained the reason for this need. It is clear that care will face successfully the overcoming of poverty and reduction of inequalities. If we don't start thinking in the pillar of care, this is not going to be created. But as recently mentioned, it is a vital pillar for well-being and to overcome this look of social protection that includes women and which is complex to address in a different manner. The concept of care, I love reminding this. I know we have this in mind. It has this double dimension. The right of people to receive care in the case of rural areas has a lot of complexities, but also, and it was recently mentioned, there is a social emergency in care. And therefore, for social reproduction, it is vital this role is met, and so far has been done by women, and this needs to be changed. You mentioned the progress related to international commitments. The Conference of Buenos Aires as the last milestone in this regard. But this clarity that from the pandemic made evident that this transformation of poverty needs to go on the side of including the perspective of care. So I reflected in relation to a publication that UN Women in Flaxo issued about the state of the art in the context of rurality in Latin America and the Caribbean. One of the important things mentioned there at the beginning of the reflection is related to diversity. Sometimes we talk about the rural context as it was uniform, and we could define it easily. In fact, one of the difficulties is the whole diversity that exists in the environment of this rurality. Some matters that I'm not going to detail because of time reasons, but we need to be clear in these things that were mentioned. First thing is the deficit of services that we find. As mentioned, the coverage of service at the private level, and needs to say in the coverage of the public level, and the limitation of the infrastructure we have in order to take care of this care aspect in a context with geographic diversion, a complex demographic structure, and a lot of limitations to install services in this context. Another characteristic that can be solved to provide access to care in rurality is the mobility. So solution. In the case of elderly people, one people mentioned when they need to be care of. Another topic that I would like to highlight and that you mentioned this morning is the accumulation of tasks and additional responsibilities of rural women. Since they do not have some basic public services such as electricity, water, there is an overburdening this unpaid the work of women. So there we have this service related to use of time and the challenges in order to measure the situation and things related to the different variabilities in the rural areas at the level of demographic structure. So there are areas where we see more masculinization and the aging of population. This is a phenomenon that transcends rurality. It comes from urban sectors as well, but this way it deepens even more. So put the care analysis on the table. This dual look. One is when the primary production is developed with the consumption and residence in the same space where goes this interrelation between the productive spheres and reproductive spheres. And this is done through the whole journey. But if we go to the salary world in agricultural matters, we see this border between production and reproduction that promote the fact that they need to take children to employment places or sites, and everything related to the child work is promoted. So another thing that we mentioned already, and this is related to the gender stereotypes and social representations of care. Studies inform that this is even deeper in rural areas. So, and it becomes stronger because women have to take care of this. The slide, I included this slide to remember this idea that was mentioned today, and it is related to see care not only as an expenditure but also as an investment. And what are the profits the investment in care brings? The investing in children, improving in employment and the economy, and of course, women to be included into the labor market. Differentiation made recently is this idea of care policies, care systems. The rural look has to be included in each one of these phases. If we think on a specific program for a specific population, if we think in the policy that include a specific population related to relation to carers, if we see the system, when we talk about the system, that includes everything since the governance model and the programmatic management in order to constitute the new social organization of care. Anna said that we need to impact in any phase of policy, and we need a design that goes from territorial and rurality in any phase of politics. And I believe this is very important. When we work along with ECLAC in the document of implementation of a care system, we saw the 5 components of the implication of the system: creation and expansion of services, regulation of quality, regulation of labor conditions, of policies of time, as Anna mentioned, training, knowledge management, and communication for a cultural change. In that regard, we generate sort of an idea on how this implementation of policy is generated from governance and intersectorality and the different agencies of the state, but also from social participation. So the idea of participation from territories comes from there, and how the impact of territories needs to inform about having a transfer of power, so economic resources to have initiatives that give an answer to the problems from communities, from territories, from rurality, but also to be able to discuss with national policies in order to generate monitoring, participatory monitoring tools As it has been mentioned today, the voice of rural people is the only way we can really transform for realities and to include to the policy of care. So in concluding, to respect the time allowed, let me tell you that there are some recommendations for the designs of public policies of care, and why not of systems. With this idea that if we look at universal policy, necessarily we're going to lose the specificity or territoriality. So in the document, it was stated to progress with a research agenda. I'm not going to lie some topics, but there is a research agenda in relation to the context of rurality to be able to work mainly with time use service, best practices, and to think about the attention to small children. Another important element mentioned before is this intercultural participation. How can we make that different cultures do not generate a rejection to the participation of the state because they intervene in everything related to their habits or their legacies? So here we include to think about alternatives of public policy, consider the habits and origin people, and also to learn about the virtuous experiences in the region. And since I'm talking from Uruguay, I mentioned the care system in Uruguay, the community personal assistance. If there wasn't anybody trained, we have the exception and people can be trained later. Or these community care houses that were anchored on a territory with a reduced technical team with connection to a service in the urban area with a powerful technical team that provide advisory to this service. And the idea to deepen the awareness policies and policies that promote social responsibility and gender, as Claudia mentioned. When we talked about social representation, it is more in the gender stereotypes, violent situations. So we need to deepen in these policies that may deconstruct these ideas. And a final thing, which is not a minor thing in this care system as pillar of well-being that generates moments in the pillar of health, social security, and education. We need to see the public policies of rural development and to be able to include the cross-cutting perspective of care. So some elements are clear here. Elements we could contribute to continue with this effort and to use. These are some publications that with Flaxo and ECLAC we are working, as well as with the UNDP to take into account the territory when designing public policies related to care. Thank you. Thank you, Priscilla. Now I give the floor to Patricia and specialist in care. No, I'm going to give the floor to Priscilla, manager of the program of gender equity and youth in AICA. Greetings to the colleagues that are in this panel with us, Alejandra, Anna, Claudia, Patricia. For us in AICA, it is a great honor to listen to you and to learn about the hard work you are conducting in favor of women in the Americas. I would like to make my intervention to share some of the actions we are implementing from the program of gender equity and youth. To give you some context, the program is quite new. It was created 1 year ago. And as I mentioned, as Ministry of Colombia said this morning, we made the decision to work not only this on a cross-cutting manner, because when we can work it, it could be diluted. So we made the decision due to the support provided by ministers of agriculture who work through our JIA. So for us to work fully as a technical cooperation program. So with that, we can give strength and to jointly work in supporting our member states and particularly to contribute in actions that will allow the member states to reduce little by little the gaps affecting women and rural young people in the Americas. In our case, as a program, we have a clear mandate, which is to strengthen the insertion of the gender perspective and support to rural youth to achieve this substantial equality in the Americas that we are looking for so much. Regardless the fact that the data are not so positive, even women mentioned last year that we have to work 286 years in order to have the same rights as men. Little by little, we need to implement actions to contribute to reduce this number of years. That is why, through this mandate, we develop actions of technical cooperation aimed to work to strengthen the institutional capacities of the region with gender perspective in order to support the states in developing a generation of new public policies and programs to strengthen the perspective of gender, and particularly to make the role of women in agriculture and rurality visible. And Westnet mentioned this. She said that women contribute, and she showed us that in the agricultural sector. However, the work is sort of invisible and it is not recognized. So that's why from AICA we're trying to support our technical cooperation in this line. And it is also important, and it is one of the big guidelines led by our Director General, which is to work. So today's space responds to that, to join efforts and to work on a joint manner in order to generate bigger impact that led us to include the gender perspectives in the actions we implement for AICA and precisely for our program of gender equity and youth to work for an economy of care is a priority. And line with our mandate and in recognition of the need to territorialize the efforts aimed to achieve equality between genders. Also, from AICA, we work on the topic in order to put rurality. We have mentioned this in different spaces and interventions this day. And I'm referring to the need to look at the intersectionality because we cannot start from believing that every woman in the Americas, all women in the Americas are equal. So we need to implement actions considering the ethnic, the race, the level of education, the age, among other factors that make many women to be far away from these conditions of privilege. And also in that regard, in the region, we want to work supporting women as food producers. And this deserves to recognize that their participation in these systems needs to respond to equal conditions with men. Unfortunately, in this sector and other sectors, we need more years for women to participate under equal conditions in spaces of decision making. The ministers mentioned that, the minister from Peru, our co-host, mentioned that, the minister Jennifer Pica from Colombia mentioned that, as well as the minister from Costa Rica. That is why it becomes necessary to recognize there is a feminization of care that is more acute in rural areas. So it is vital to raise awareness and to work for this defeminization of care and precisely to work for this equal participation in the task related to care. Not always we have disaggregated information by sex related to the participation of women, neither by age or ethnic. And this is a call for us to strengthen the information systems for us to be able to have to implement actions more accurate that respond to the needs of women in the different areas. To all this, as commented by the panelists, we add the gaps in access to land and technical capacity, access to credit, and financial services, as well as the progress regarding digitalization of agriculture. One of our panelists, Nuria, mentioned this, and she said that we have digitalization gaps as well. When we did not have access to knowledge, we are limited to have access to power. Because of this, all this, we recognize the need to democratize care. However, this implies to identify specific actions to succeed, because this cannot be achieved working only with rural women. We need to promote positive masculinities as well as the individual and collective commitment that we have from our working spaces. We also need to assume the collective responsibility of care, because it is a human right that has been in the back of women for many years, and particularly rural women. To conclude, because of time reasons, I would like to reaffirm the AICA's commitment and the program of gender equity and youth with the permanent forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high officials from the Americas, and with the hemispheric priorities identified in this space, because from AICA we will continue highlighting the territorial approach for rural women be on the center of the hemispheric agenda. I reiterate my appreciation to the participants for mentioning arguments and vital points of view for the promotion of integral systems of care for women.
Thank you very much, Priscila. Now, I offer the floor to the panelists. I will be a bit more rigorous. I was too kind with everybody's time. And, I would like to offer the floor first to Alejandra for her two final remarks. 1 minute. Okay, in 1 minute, I would like to thank you for this event, remind you of the importance of care. I believe we are in the most unequal region in the world. And for those of us that are working with the women day by day, care means the new wave of feminism, a disruptive proposal, a rethinking humanization that may understand the importance of care. It means to talk about the interrelationship and the interdependency among individuals and leave the individual as what is most important. And that is why for the rural part, this means a new reading of family agriculture. And I believe it is very important because it has been a niche for the rural movement, but it also means that if we women are going to receive land and have financial resources and land and others, well, men should also look differently at what is happening within the family. And these two concepts of family agriculture need to be reconsidered, measured from a different angle, from the disruptive proposal that is being developed regarding care. So I believe that this is a message. When we want to change the world, we have to change those that are in most vulnerability. In the rurality, this is a strategic route and rationale. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Now, Ana Ms. Garcia. Well, I believe we are a region that has advanced with great difficulties towards this idea of formal equality in terms of law. And now we have the responsibility to have equality in the rights and duties without leaving anyone behind. There's a big talent and there's a value to protect the agri-food systems and the environment and water, as the colleague from FAO mentioned. I believe this proposal we are making to move towards a society of care as a civilization view, a transformative view, because basically it means a new transformation of society and of the production and consumption patterns and state policies. And on the other hand, this idea that the pandemic taught us no one can save themselves by themselves. We should think of a world that really puts at the middle what is important: sustainability of life. And rural and indigenous women have taught us so much there. And I believe that as public officers from the governments, you that are ministers and vice ministers and senior officers, and we in government agencies have the responsibility to enter into partnerships, fiscal, economic agreements, at the international level. The region is coming up with, for example, the Princeton Initiative and the Columbia Initiatives for tax collaboration, the protection of the Amazon region. And we women have to be at the center of that. And I always, by coming back to that dimension of self-care, not only of the caregivers, but also our own self-care. I believe that it is very important to mention this whenever we sit down to talk about this matter. Thank you. Thank you, Ana. Claudia Brito. Thank you. I would just like to make a final thought, and that is in line with what we are working on at FAO with public policies, particularly those gender policies that are focused on the food system or in the agriculture sector. We are working with 4 different countries right now to develop and design public policies more focused on cross-cutting gender, but also on focusing on the situation of rural women. And I believe there is a challenge, and this is something that I am sure we will leave for the next regional conference, Anna, perhaps. And that has to do with the fact that we are developing public policies and supporting governments to design public policies, trying to bring in rural coverage of care as a fundamental element. However, in many of these countries, we do not have specific care public policies. We only have a few that allow us perhaps to intervene. So there we have a challenge, a major challenge in the support we can provide regarding public policies. We need to go beyond just mention the need to generate a policy. No, we need to reach, we need to enforce that public policy. At the FAO, we are available to all governments and member states to support in this process. And obviously, we want to continue to work on these themes within the UN system. Very soon, we will have an agreement with UN Women and with UFDA that will ventilate matters that have to do with insurance coverage, and we will work with ECLAC in this sense also. And perhaps find those elements in our daily work that we do and the support we give the countries, not only at the level of public policies, but also take this to the context of projects themselves. The projects we are developing, many of them have a mandate related to public policy also. So it is fundamental that we pick up this challenge and make the changes and support changes in national policies. We want to continue collaborating, and we would like to thank Ika once again for the opportunity to share with such an outstanding panel of colleagues and friends today, and with the authorities. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. Now, Patricia, please. Thank you, thank you. Well, I would like to reiterate the appreciation to Ika for allowing us to think out loud about these matters. I was thinking now about this idea we mentioned of how care systems are articulated or should be articulated with the state, both at the national level as well as at the territorial level, and how those articulations and local workforces have been growing. We have developed local plans with local authorities and city halls. They are much closer so that we can develop care policies that consider the diversity of situations. And also this has to do with that idea of gender intersectionality. It is not the same to have a woman that opens the faucet and running water comes out, or a woman that has to go out to the river and carry water back. Self-care, as Ana said, also is way behind than in urban women. And therefore, we lead to structural inequalities that perpetuate. I believe the idea of a care system is a very powerful one. I agree with this idea of looking at the programs and policies, but I believe that this care system is very important because it brings us to that. It brings us to coordinate public policies. And by coordinating public policies, not only at a national, but at a territorial and local level, can lead to a dialogue among actors. What has been clear today is that we cannot continue to dream of developing these policies without the rural women who can convey their needs and the possible solutions. Obviously, by addressing expectations at the territorial level, we saw that with the implementation of the system in Uruguay, when we started to talk about these things, obviously the expectations were put on the table. So we need to know how to handle them. And the last aspect, which is nothing minor, is sustainability of these policies to ensure universal access, but quality service also, regardless of where if we are in the capital city of a state or of the country or in a town, there has to be sustainable sources of funding. And this has to be passed on to the territories, therefore, to transfer the capacities and power to find a solution to the issues that a central office wouldn't know. It really does not work. The wonder is that the care discussion is here to stay. The pandemic basically gave us a refresh there. When we were talking earlier about unpaid and paid work of rural women, simultaneously, well, we lived this through telework and by doing everything at the same time. And these women have been doing this for eons, basically. So I believe this is a good news for the world that the care economy is here to stay, and not only ministries or social institutions are responsible for this, but for example, at a rural level, the ministries of agriculture can also join in this effort. And no doubt they do have many tools to support public policy and to truly help everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much, Priscilla. And finally, Priscilla. Thank you very much, Secretary. What I would like to add is the need to address the matter of care economy from a stance which is really intersectoral and consider the intersectionality as well as the different levels of governance. As has been said by the panelists, my colleagues here, we cannot continue to work in isolation. This is something that affects all women in general. Unfortunately, affects rural women much more. We need to work that way because it will need us to think about undertaking public policies and actions that will support our member states to develop initiatives that may respond to their needs in the territory. That is why we at EAT also celebrate the possibility to share this dialogue with each and every one of you, because this is a call we made to not only work on this from the social angle, but also from the agro angle also, because rural women in agri-food systems, as statistics have shown, that are more affected. And without the voice of rural women, as we have said, we cannot address these needs the way they really need it. So I would like to invite you to continue working from this perspective and from these dimensions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to each and every one of our panelists. All I have to do is provide a summary of the consensus, and I believe there already is consensus amongst us all, and something that I believe very important. We must highlight this debate, particularly in the sense that care work is so important, as just as important as any other work, because the act of cooking requires planning, execution, and systematization for the following day also. So care work is necessary for the caregivers and for the care receivers or recipients, because we are responsible for human reproduction. So this is something that is worth highlighting. What we mentioned here was an agreement, basically, of several readings here. One important thing that was mentioned here by the panelists is the importance of care work as a policy, a public policy that has legal instruments and an institutional structure. This is very important for all of us, so that we can have a care system. Something else that I believe is very important to mention is that unpaid work or unvalued work of care is closely related to poorly paid care work and has a gender dimension, that because women, for example, caregivers usually are Black women and poor women. And this chain is a chain that is that we see day by day, because women that care for elderly people leave their own children with a neighbor. So we need to break away with this chain. So care work is necessary to discuss, because this is closely related to unremunerated care or unpaid work. Someone mentioned the feminist economy. So we need to talk about this, because it is fundamental. The care economy, we must include this care work. A third point that I consider very important also, and which was mentioned, is access for rural women. When talking about care, we have to ensure they have access to land, to technical assistance, to digitization, and to social security and care. All of this is related to the identity and what women live in their territories. So building or creating a care system that can include even the municipality is fundamental to be discussed, not only to ensure that women participate more in production, but also discuss the interactions and the sexual division of labor, and reconstruct a new society rationale where care is at the center. And lastly, I believe there is a point which I believe Patricia mentioned, and that is social participation. Oh, yes. In Brazil, we have a saying where Black people say this is so: nothing for us without us. So we cannot discuss work and care in the rural area if we know this is such a big diversity, and we see the view of housing, for example, so different for one group and another. So we must think about the construction of this system and how to go about it. I was able to draft these 4 points of consensus. This was a very important panel in my view. There was significant content for us to continue discussing this, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. And of course, in the next panel, we will continue elaborating on this subject matter, talking about financing care for economic growth and human development in agri-food systems of the Americas. Thank you very much. Well, I would like to reiterate our appreciation to the Undersecretary, the panelists, and now I would like to offer the floor to the last panel, entitled Financing Care for Economic Growth and Human Development in the Agri-Food Systems of the Americas. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ms. Nerissa Giddens, will moderate this space. So go ahead, Secretary.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone joining us today at this fourth forum of female ministers, deputy ministers, and the senior officials of the Americas, which is organized by the Gender Equality and Youth Hemispheric Program of AICA's Directorate of Technical Cooperation. I would also like to extend greetings to the members of the head table. Our panelists for this discussion are Gloria Jimenez, Executive of Financial Institutions and Strategic Programs, Central American Bank for Economic Integration. Joan Catherine Gaskill, Senior Agricultural Economist of the World Bank. So too is Sophia Burgess, World Bank expert on gender. Ms. Laura Margarita Fernandez Lord, Head of Sustainability, Equality and Inclusion at the BBVA Microfinance Foundation. Maria Teresa Villanova, Principal Specialist of Gender and Diversity Division, Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. Trust I get this name correct. Yotsna Puri. It's not deliberate if I didn't. Associate Vice President of the Strategy and the Knowledge Department, International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, who would come in via video. I would also like to welcome all the authorities joining us today, AICA directors and staff members, and our invited guests in general, who have joined us via AICA's social networks or who are at the headquarters. It is my honor to welcome you to the fourth panel discussion of the day. I know it's the last, but we're going to make it through. Entitled Funding the Care Economy for Economic Growth and Human Development in the Agri-Food Systems of the Americas, which will discuss actions that are being carried out to fund the care economy in agri-food systems, as well as challenges and opportunities with respect to this issue. The methodology which would be employed, the panel discussion will be divided into 2 rounds. 1, each panelist will have 6 minutes to make would have 6 minutes to answer the question. Next, there will be a discussion of the topic and the previous questions for which individuals will need to request the floor. The maximum duration of this segment will be 15 minutes. I now, ladies and gentlemen, ask for your undivided attention as I pass the floor over to Gloriana.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. For me, it is truly an honor to represent the Central American Economic Integration Bank at such an important forum. I am truly fascinated to come here to listen to so many women, empowered women, that are doing so many good things throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. In our area of work, I believe that all these achievements, all these efforts have led to significant changes, and we will continue to work on this. So I would like to thank IICA for having invited us. And this has been a session of great learnings. Allow me to give you a presentation on the main points that the Central American Bank has been working on in the area of gender, how we have been supporting the bank's strategy. Strategies developed every 15 years, and where we try to encourage strategic lines of action, regional integration, for example, sustainable competitiveness, human development, social inclusion, and two cross-cutting lines that are very important and which are the basis of my presentation, which is environmental and social sustainability and gender equality. What we have been working on is on initiatives and programs that come to encourage cooperation and in regional integration, to bring financing solution to technical assistance and training, reaching different populations throughout the Central American region. We are basically contributing significantly to social development and improving the living conditions of people through the governments. Obviously, we are a development bank that has been providing significant resources to governments of our founding members, regional and extra-regional members, and have also been working with financial intermediation through the different financial institutions in the region to foster those programs related to development in different areas. To give you a background, in 2022, a series of credits were approved both on the private line as well as on the public line, focused on the different lines. However, the biggest concentration was on sustainable competitiveness in human development, which encompasses a series of other areas and regional integration. Nevertheless, what was done was focalized and very interesting because it used productive infrastructure, human and social development, as well as other services as rural development and environment. And this basically helps the development goals, since we continuously focus on developing all the programs we have been working on. Some of the achievements over this last year is that more than 400 million have been approved for different operations that are contributing directly or indirectly to achieving the sustainable goal number 5, which is gender equality, an important contribution for development and the work regarding gender equality. We have been fostering socioeconomic growth, equitable and balanced growth between men and women through the different programs we have been implementing in the region. Additionally, We have provided important financial resources, more than 10 million with the International Cooperation Fund of the Republic of China, Taiwan, which is extra-regional partner of the bank, working on matters of financial services to economically empower women, giving them technical assistance and credit guarantees. We have also advanced in technical assistance funded by the French Development Agency, where we propose to strengthen those bank policies to work on areas of adaptation to climate change and matters of gender also. One program we have been working on over these last 5 years is the FEM, the acronym in English, Spanish, of the women's entrepreneurial financing. This is focused on women that want to begin a business, startups. Basically, these are women that have micro, small, and medium enterprises, SMEs, that have a majority of women, or at least more than 50% of the women on their payroll. With this, we have been closing the gaps that have been appearing in access of women to credit. There are different achievements that we have placed more than 56 million in these SMEs, more than 12,490 households that have benefited, where 73% of these homes have been headed by women. And 33% of the placement has been to companies headed by women. So yes, we have been able to channel resources to support women, particularly entrepreneurial women that are heads of household.
Kindly note 1 more minute to round up.
Importante que ha sido el cambio.
An important program has been climate change, linked to the gender aspect, because a climate crisis will bring more problems and will cause interesting challenges regarding gender matters. Women basically work 24 hours, particularly rural women. Rural women need to work to take the support to houses. They are nurses because they need to take care of their children that are sick. They have to take care of their parents. Climate change directly affects, particularly when there are security and protection matters included. This program gives an important gender parity, and it is important that some solutions that we propose is to establish these discussions with women to know what are those areas where they need more support, to make gender considerations that are mandatory at the financial level, and to make different innovations and funding mechanisms regarding climate change for women to have a possibility to ask this type of resources. Likewise, the program grants not only credit facilities, but also it develops the capacity building in relation to regarding projects that are resilient to climate change. It also gives an incentive, an important incentive for projects that have been developed. So it means that we are providing reimbursable resources to these women that are leading these projects, and women receive a higher percentage compared to the one given to business led by men. So these resources support women to continue implementing their crops and others in order to make a transformation of their production. And as a third program, we have the dry corridor. This is work in the areas of Central American region and the arid areas of the Dominican Republic. The aim here is to strengthen these adaptation measures to climate change matters. It has an important gender approach, as somebody mentioned a while ago, the water aspect. Poor women need to leave their houses to look for water because they do not have safe water. So what is it that we want with this program? We want to support these women for them to develop these projects and to move on to help them with income for their families, and through the bank to continue supporting governments or private companies to increase the services, the public, the utilities such as water, electricity, that are vital, and this has to be right for everybody. So it is important that these women have access to all these services in order to continue with their entrepreneurships. In summary, we have been supporting and we want to continue doing this through with agreements that we may set with these organizations. So we're gonna do this through financial institutions to all these women that really need to move on with the families, that they play an important role at the care level, at the labor level, and for them to have better benefits, labor and economic, social, and health benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gloria. We now move on to Joanne Catherine Gaskill and Sophia Burgess from the World Bank. Ladies, let's give us all an opportunity and stick as close as possible to our 6 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll wait for the slides. It's a joy to be here among everyone wearing purple. It's a real privilege. So thank you for the space. My name is Joanne Gaskill. I'm a senior agricultural economist with the World Bank based in Washington. And joining me is Sophia Burgess, who's based in Argentina. The bank is doubly represented here because rural care economies is an important topic, and one where the bank is putting really significant thought and significant resources. So I'll speak first about the bank's global approach to care economies and care in rural areas, and then Sophia will speak about ongoing activities that she's leading in this area in Argentina that have lessons for the Americas. Next slide, please. So the World Bank recently issued a report. It's called Better Jobs and Brighter Futures. It shows that most care work across the world is unpaid, and more than 3/4 of that work is performed by women. So as Juana said, women hold up half the sky, but they hold up more than 3/4 of the world's unpaid care work. Over 600 million working age women are unavailable for employment due to childcare responsibilities, compared to just 41 million men. Over 350 million children, 40% of the children in the world currently do not have access to childcare. The benefits to investing in rural care are multifold. They include, they've been mentioned in the previous panel, very, very articulately, women's employment, family welfare, child development, and economic growth. Next slide, please. Given the importance of investing in care economies, the bank is prioritizing analytic work and also project financing in this area. So the Invest in Childcare is a cross-sectoral work program to drive investments in childcare, specifically across the World Bank. We have $80 million currently available in grant funding to countries that incorporate care into their investments, including agricultural investments. Proposals are currently being accepted until 2024. I'd be glad to talk further with anyone who's interested. Next slide. We're accumulating evidence and experience in the bank from around the world about the benefits of investments in care, specifically in agricultural contexts. Often the evidence on care investments is centered in urban areas, but we have, for example, in DRC, an impact evaluation of the Western Growth Poles project, which measured how opening community care-based childcare affects rural households. We found that 73% of the households who were provided with access to care chose to use it, and the outcomes were increased engagement in commercial agriculture activities for the women, which you would expect, but also for their husbands. So women putting more time into these commercial activities with access to childcare also incentivize the men to put more money in, more time and resources in, and increase their earnings. decreased needs to multitask while farming, better concentration, sense of control, gains in early childhood development outcomes, gains in agricultural productivity, and subjective well-being. In Mongolia, our livestock commercialization project offers childcare services in order to encourage trained female veterinarians to enter the workforce. And in our agriculture investments in Argentina, we see declining female participation as production systems become more commercialized and mechanized. And we see a diverse set of needs and opportunities across indigenous, peri-urban, and migrant farming communities supported by our agriculture investment projects. So I'll pass to Sophia quickly to say more about that and to integrate the international, the national, and the local, as Anna said. Thanks.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Aika, for inviting us. I'm going to switch to Spanish. So thanks to the interpreters that have been working the whole day. We'll ask if we can come back to the presentation. Let me comment. A study we are conducting in Argentina on improving care options for female and male workers of the agri-food system in Argentina. This is a study conducted by the bank, which is associated to an operation in the country, operation related to productive matters. So, winning this productive aspect and to start including care matters through the productive aspect. And the objectives of the study in principle are to develop evidence. We have talked today about the gap of information between rural and urban areas. We have many data when the gap still exists. So we need to generate this evidence, listen the voice of rural women, the caregiver, the women, the rural caregivers, and to strengthen the environment to promote child care of quality. Therefore, we have a double purpose with this study. What happens with the boys and girls in the rural areas, but also what happens with the caregivers. This has been mentioned in the panels today. And with regard to activities conducted, we have interviewed the series of public and private organizations, but we have also visited the different organizations of family farming in the different territories. Communities, original autochthonous people. We have here you can see the map showing the places we have visited, but also local governments, which are the implementing arm of programs, and they are in contact with the territory and they can implement these projects. Therefore, this is an outline. It has been mentioned by Patricia in the previous panel. This is how the participation of women increase when we are near home. The productive participation of women, if we get far away of the value chain, is reduced or becomes invisible. So, for time reasons, we could retake this in the 30 minutes for discussion that we were going to have. What we have seen here is that in Argentina, as in many countries in our region, the agri-food sector is extremely heterogeneous, quite diverse. Diverse in geographic location, organizations, isolation, the different productive chains we have in the region, the type of organizations, type of families that constitute these organizations. But even with this, the strategies of care are diverse as well. So we have found some strategies that I would like to share with you very quickly. Some of them are associative that are interesting for us to think as a whole. We have visited an organization that has created its own care space and the creation of a team, a care team, in order to, so for workers, for rural workers, to leave their kids there and to go to work without this mind burning. So we have seen cases of organization of working shift licenses. This gives flexibility. The time to care, word that has been mentioned in several panels, the need of flexible projects and policies. We learned about the case of a space, the generation of space to school support. In this case, the organization was concerned because of the educational level of these kids. So they generate their own education support space with reinforcement for food because the population is quite vulnerable. We have seen the organization of recreational activities. And on the other hand, we see some alternatives that are not related to the social aspects. And we see that there are families that are broken in the territory. Normally, the man is the one that stays in the areas, and the woman migrates to urban spaces or urban centers to facilitate access to healthcare services or education services. This causes a problem. Women is the women are the ones that are losing the contact with the land, and the situation is difficult to revert. Where my colleague mentioned the number of years for the catch up. And yes, if these practices remain, we don't do anything to revert them, the number of years will increase. Therefore, well, we have seen other cases like the care networks of the older girls, the granny, the aunt, all these women that share values and local traditions.
One
And
more minute to round up.
last case. I'm about to conclude. In the last case, it is normal to take children to the field to work. That has an impact on the mental burden women have when they work because they are taking care of their children. Therefore, we see that there are many ways. There are many ways to take care, and we have we have promising approaches. We may think in using training programs to build the labor of quality. We can provide support to the entrepreneur women for them to open their own business. We may also prioritize the children care in the MSMEs. We may also think in how to cooperate with sustainable solutions based in the community and to provide funding to support women and men in the informal sector through licenses. Well, there are different approaches that are taking place so far, and through the different programs we can support and help to formalize these care manners. Therefore, the question that we include is what matters most when incorporating care into productive projects. On one hand, we believe that the analysis in early phases of the project is important. When we design projects, it is important to take into account that women are already carrying out these activities. But when we think about the activities in the project, when we think a project with a community under a broader framework program, so that forces us to adapt, to customize, to think about the flexible programs for these solutions to adapt to the context and needs and to the real demand of caregivers in the rural area. Thank you very much. So this is our contact information. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Catherine and Sophia. I now pass the floor over to Laura Margarita.
Good afternoon, everybody, ministers, vice ministers, and other officers. It is an honor for me to be here representing the Foundation Microfinances of BBVA and with ally experts to talk about rural women care and agrifood systems. Thanks, Aika, for the invitation. What is it that we are promoting from the foundation? First thing is that through the 5 microfinances entities we have in the region, we are serving almost 1,700,000 businesswomen, 80% in vulnerability situation, and 560,000 with credit. We know, as we have been mentioning in the different panels, we know that there are gender gaps. For example, 29% of them lives on a rural area, but only a third of them works in agricultural activities. Half of them is dedicated to the minor trade, main activity for rural and urban areas. Last years, we see how rural entrepreneurs are younger, and they show And this is of concern. They show higher levels of vulnerability and poverty. One of the first things we do is to recognize the economic value of the productive activities and the capacity to contribute to the economic autonomy of rural women, to raise income, to improve food security, and to contribute to environmental sustainability. This recognition is done through provision of financial services like credit savings or insurance. In that regard, now I'd like to talk about three lines. First, products for rural women. Number two, green finances. We have mentioned here. We have discussed, mentioned a little bit climate change. And third, the microinsurance or insurance. First, we have several products adapted to the needs of rural women. For example, in the Dominican Republic, we have AgroMujer, a credit product that does not require land tenure for those who inherit households. It's part for the economic activity they carry out. We recently launched in 2020 sustainable family lifestyle that promotes clinics, zero pastoral clinics, and small family expectations in order to improve the social economic conditions, and we strengthen the capacity to adapt to climate change. In this product, we we focus on rural women, which take care 50% of the care of children, which is so common in Latin America, and that is dedicated to family consumption, key for food security of low-income families. It integrates the financial inclusion along with the environmental sustainability and the evaluation of these activities that are considered assistance and value for nutrition of rural families and for the environment. Along with the credit, we provide training in breeding animals and food mechanics or in value added of this production. June of this year, we have had 500 credits we have granted 500 credits to 41% of women. We would like to expand this product. Number two, the green products that we have in Colombia and Dominican Republic to implement adaptation and mitigation measures to climate change and to become more sustainable. So solar panels, eco-efficient devices, and we have commented the water aspect related to care. Agricultural climate insurance protecting against damages caused by natural disasters such as droughts and floods. And what we are seeing in the behavior of these products is that women are more prone to invest in these measures when we offer the opportunity to them, because they are 40-50% of the portfolio of these green products. Remember, normally the participation in this segment is lower. This investment in technologies, in clean technologies or sustainable technologies, is not only good for the environment, but it reduces the time dedicated to household chores. Through the implementation of biodigesters, the household may have gas in this removes the need to look for wood. So it reduces the time for this task, but it improves the health of rural women. And some FAO studies show that these measures of smart agriculture are attractive for women, are more attractive because of the time saving in two process. Finally, to highlight that we look to take care of the caregivers with insurance, with healthcare, telephone assistance, psychological telephone assistance, 24/7, including in this case, technical advice in managing pests, to the care of animals, and even a telephone professor to support the school homework of these women. We are offering this to some 35,000 women. We offer protected maternity insurance, thinking in the role we financial entities can play. We know most of these women that are in the informality do not have any social protection. We have designed a microinsurance of protected maternity that provides an economic support during the breastfeeding period. recognizing the value of this essential time of care during the first 4 months of the baby for women and women with do not have this social protection. For them to be with their babies. And we have other actions like training roles of gender and family well-being. We try to raise awareness in the care task. We carry out studies on the time of care and the impact in their activity and intersectionally the reality of rural women, indigenous rural women, and for descendant women in the financial education. So although we do not directly fund the care systems through the financial services systems and non-financial services that we offer, we are recognizing the economic value of these activities, and we continue looking for this technological innovation to reduce, redistribute, and pay back the time dedicated to it. Thank you very much. I'm going to stop here for now.
Thank you very much, Laura. I now pass the floor over to Maria Teresa Villanova.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. And the Inter-American, we have the goal that for 2025, 80% of sovereign operations approved need to be aligned to gender. So they need to include actions to close the gap, the gender gaps. I can tell you that in 2022, 85% of these operations were aligned to gender. However, if there is a message that I would like ministers and vice ministers and high officers here take with them is that this represents an opportunity. So using IDB funding in order to address care aspects and operations that support agri-food systems, the inclusion and the funding of these topics does not depend on IDB. It depends on the interests of countries to include and fund these topics with resources of a loan from the multilateral bank. And this is something we need to use the influence that you have. And particularly because we are aware that the burden of care falls on women in our region, we are convinced that addressing and funding economy of care does not have a gender. In that regard, it is vital for us to use not only your influence, but also we need to align to put this topic in the agenda of ministers, men, and high authorities. Without them, it is going to be really difficult for us to insert these topics with funding, multilateral funding sources. In that regard, now let's give an example. And to recognize Costa Rica, Costa Rica is a country involved on an initiative called the Initiative of Gender Parity, which is a platform that promotes public-private partnerships of high level to close economic gaps that is currently present in 7 countries. And this is not only supported by IDB, but it has strong support from the World Economic Forum and the Development French Agency. In Costa Rica, through the IPT, the Vice President Stefan Brunner, with the Ministry of Women, Cindy Quesada, has committed to promote public policies promoting the agenda of care as a clear agenda to close gender economic gaps. In the second message, I would like to leave to you. We have mentioned a lot the importance of care aspects to free time for women to close economic gaps. We consider that it is also important not to forget this early warning development for children. In that case, we have an implementation of programs in rural context focus in providing family support to favor the child development, which is very important. I would like to give you 2 examples. One is the Semillas de Apego Seeds of Colombia, and the second one, Cuidarte program promoted by the Ministry of Social Development in Panama. If we talked about promoting care programs aimed to promote the human development in the rural sector of our region, We must consider that many of these children are growing in a context, in a family context where they experience domestic violence. In that regard, learning from programs such as Semillas de Apego in Colombia is important. Semillas de Apego is a psychosocial support program to children caregivers that live in situations of armed conflict or displacement. Community agency in 4 regions of Colombia work on this. The program mentioned three is to promote the child development in this context. One mentioned in the previous panel, to restore mental health of caregivers. Most programs are promoting the child development, early child development, forget the emotional and mind state of caregiver, and that this has an impact in the stimulus of children. Number two, to strengthen the link between caregivers and children. All of us here with children, we have assumed the role of care sometimes. We know how important it is when we have spaces to reflect on our own experiences of life and how this affects in a positive or negative manner the support. This provides security, protection, confidence, and number three, to promote the creation of race teams, families, friends, neighbors, or other people from the community. It's very important to avoid caregivers to have to be over to have this overburden. This program is in the first years of life for child to be able to contribute to the development where the brain grows, has the highest growth. In that regard, we consider it important to ensure that living in rural communities or indigenous communities receive the articulation of the similar education and the proper care. That is implemented by the organization Nutrioga, where indigenous teachers work directly in communities with families in order to transmit techniques of early stimulation in an integral manner and nutrition topics related to formalities for identity of children. This is a key moment in the child development. We know we have evidence that this prepares them for a further integration in the educational system. And impact systems have told us that these programs have a positive impact in the cognitive and language development of children with effects that translate in salary raises when they are adults. In 2023, there were 1,200 children under 4 years old in indigenous areas in Panama receiving the benefits of this program. And we hope for 2024, we can expand the program to 7,000 children. The program was adapted from a program called Reach Up and Learn, implemented in Jamaica. I stop here to answer or to elaborate and what you need in next phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you so very much. Our last presenter would be via video. We'll have a video presentation by Youths Now.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a privilege for me to be here today, and unfortunately on video, to be talking to you about a topic which is really very critical if we want to see transformations in the food systems, and which is bringing in private sector and new financing into agri-food systems. It's really a topic that IFAD, or the International Fund for Agricultural Development, has been pursuing for a very long time. And as you all know, IFAD has been looking into rural farmers and rural development for the past 40 years, more than 40 years now. So it's an area that we have developed quite a bit of expertise in. To start off, I think one of the key questions that we need to ask and answer in the agri-food systems is, why are we seeing such low levels of financial mobilization in this sector. A large part of that, which is drawn from my experience in the agri-food systems and in development, is really predicated on the fact that agricultural food systems have some characteristics in them which then act as obstacles. First, agri-food systems, especially in rural areas, have very small sizes, so it's very difficult to mobilize finance at scale because there are very few economies of scale, or so people think. Second, small farmers in rural areas are not organized into groups that can provide those economies of scale. Third, the private sector, which can bring in new and additional finance in this area, is really not present, especially the big sector, is not present in rural areas. So it's very hard for them to develop KYC or know your customer protocols to understand as to what the challenges are with respect to financing agri-food systems in rural areas. And then last but definitely not the least, because there are quite a few, a large part of this means that there are very few bankable deals that can be addressed by the private sector as well as by the public sector. Because the perception is that that the risks are very high, that the impact is low, and returns are low. Now, how can we really deal with some of these challenges? IFAD has been working in this area, as I said, for a long time, and one of the critical areas that we want to address, and I will speak about that also very briefly, is the fact that women themselves are represented to a very small extent in this area in terms of where the investments go. To really deal with that, one of the criteria that we have adopted and really operationalizing in the overall more than $9 billion investment portfolio that we have under implementation currently is that we have set targets for women enforcement, for youth, for marginalized groups in all operations and investments. But more than that, I think the challenge becomes far more, the challenge that we have to address is far more nascent. That is, we have to deal with the challenge of bringing in additional finance into this sector. So some of the key areas that we are looking at to deal with the fact that financial companies don't really lend to agriculture because of lack of data on credit risk, credit worthiness, and other indicators. The fact that there is sector seasonality and perceptions of low return, and the fact that there is very little presence in rural areas, is that we are considering and we are developing blended financial packages. Blended finance is a combined package of different financial instruments, so grants, loans, equity, guarantees, etc., that are offered. And here we work with a combination of agri-tech companies that can come in with a nice set of bundled services. So services that look at different risks from the agriculture value chain to help deal with these challenges, to help mobilize concession capital. And here we're supporting digital platforms that can help increase transparency, yield, efficiency, sustainability, and consequently profitability. Here we are supporting agri-tech companies to help support funding, build credit histories, KYC databases, and support to invest in inputs and equipment. And we're also helping agri-tech companies to help financial technology companies to provide insurance, small-scale working capital, and ensuring that payments are done in aggregator platforms. It's really important that we start to think about some of these solutions as we move forward, and I'm hoping very much that the discussions today are contributory to some of the overall actions that we want to take. I'm really privileged again to be here today. I should have introduced myself at the beginning, and I'm the Associate Vice President of Strategy and Knowledge at IFAD. Although I'm not here today, I really hope that we can continue this dialogue, and please do
feel free to get in touch with me as well as my team. And thank you again, and I wish you really good deliberations.
Thank you very much. So we have come to the end of our first segment. We now open the floor for discussions, which would be moderated by Sylvia Leonore. I hope that I'm correct in saying that.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. Nerissa, I thank the ministers, vice ministers, and technical staff that have been with us today. First of all, allow me to thank the gender team of IICA and Dr. Manuel Otero for the initiative and the interest in this matter of care economy and the transformation of agricultural systems in the Americas. For me, it is an honor to be with you, to learn from you. But at the same time, allow me, well, we have 30 minutes. I am not going to speak much about, I will not speak much, but I would like to invite our panelists of panels 3 and 4 to share some guidelines of what I have learned from you this afternoon. We have mentioned the need to work together in line. Our work must focus, must be seen from the local stance, from the local context, but at the same time, adapt that context to national policies and even international. But we must have a transformational approach. And for that, you have very clearly said this must be intersectoral, as Priscilla said. But I will even go further beyond, because she mentioned we need to work on relationships, and those relationships we worked on at cross-cutting levels. We have the benefits, we can work under the umbrella of IICA, but we have learned a lot. We have experiences in the sense that there is work that needs to be moved around both horizontally as well as vertically. But what do we need for that? We see weaknesses, we see many weaknesses, but from what I have learned from these two groups is that we need to generate data. The data is very weak. And perhaps that is due to the fact that not only do we need to think of public policies, and well, this is the responsibility of the states and governments to manage these public policies, but how can we work at the organizational level? For example, taking advantages of the experiences of the World Bank, of the IDB, the different organizations that have, and IFAD and the FAO, what they are doing in the field and how those experiences can help us generate policies. But at the same time, we need to think of the intersectionality. That aspect was very clear. How do we focus on financing and at the level of multinational organizations, how we focus on gender and how do we connect gender with other social dimensions? And Ms. Mora was very clear in saying that we should think of ethnic groups, we should think of races and age, and Claudia very clearly focused on persons with disabilities. Those are very important aspects. How we integrate the private sector is another one. How can we ensure that this perspective we will work on, well, we're just starting to work on, what recommendations can we give IICA to continue with this work? How can we integrate the private sector in all of this? what would our role be, both as a World Bank or as BBVA or IDB, and the organizations, for example, that Gloria Jimenez represents. So for this, I would like to invite you. I'm not going to mention names, but I want initiatives. We're wrapping up this meeting. We're obviously tired, but here is where we will show our innovative capacity, our ability to empower. So I want to hear from all of you. Thank you very much. Sophia, your experience, yours was very good. Perhaps you could share this, Claudia. Laura? Maite? I can start to break the ice, and I will take advantage to expand a bit on what was mentioned about the study we are undertaking and reinforce the idea that all these organizations, different organizations of family, agriculture, MSMEs, and all of those we have visited, these are organizations that in most cases arise as productive organizations. So I believe there we have a big opportunity, a strategy, in order to address the care issue through the productive part. These do not have to be separate elements. In many cases, we have seen in many programs in Argentina, at least, there is a regulatory framework for a very robust program, which is directly related to care, but there are still some gaps in the rural area. And all the work done regarding care in the rural area is focused on eradicated child labor. But now what happens? And this is very clear today, that we are worried about the health of caregivers, the early development of children. We have an opportunity there. I wonder whether there has ever been such a level of agreement of the different countries like we have here today. I believe we have an excellent opportunity to address care. Thank you very much. I would like to add to what Claudia just said. I would like to add that what we have learned, especially by listening to all the experts in the panel, is that what should we do to address care in the agri-food sector? We know what to do. Although we do not have enough data, we do have data. We have evidence. So I believe that my main message would be is that financing is available to address matters of care systems and caregivers through these agencies and the ministers and high-ranking, high-level officials should take advantage of their influence, their leverage in cabinet, so that any operation that may finance a given country related to agri-food should mandatorily include caregiving to ensure that intersectoriality. The second comment is to do this with those responsible for social security and the ministries and different mechanisms related to this. With this intersectoriality and the cross-cutting nature of this element is that there are resources, but countries must ensure financing from multilateral agencies for these purposes. Thank you. Gloria? Well, adding to what Maite said is very important for this matter of care be added to the national agendas of each administration. I believe this is a priority because every day we see the health problems, the health issues, the population is, we see the statistics, there are fewer children, and care, therefore, is very important. We need to expand the care systems, both of children with appropriate schedules so that women can work normally without the need to request a half day's work and sacrifice their salary, so that they can have these licenses and permits in case of special events, not only women, but also men. Costa Rica is a bit advanced in the father area. They have their paternity license, but I believe there is much more to be done. Something very important is education. Education needs to be worked on very hard. We need to educate girls and boys ever from a very young age to begin closing those gaps that we see in adults currently. The first ones to educate children are precisely their parents and the system and the education system, evidently, but so that they are boys and girls that believe in gender parity and that the girls are empowered enough so that they can have different and other growth perspectives, so that they do not copy other patterns, that the patterns they have learned from their grandmothers and mothers. This is about time to break away with that paradigm and make that important shift to build an equitable society in which there is equality in the area of care and with the necessary resources for girls to develop. And this is something very important that we should also consider. Thank you. Thank you, Gloriana. Thank you very much. I would like to invite the representative of the FAO. This is very much in line with what Gloriana has said, the work done that FAO is doing internationally. This could be replicated perhaps in partnerships in Latin America. Excuse me for interrupting you. The colleague from the FAO had to leave, but we have other colleagues we can resort to. Is there anything to add to what Sophia mentioned before? I am listening to two things. On one hand, care is a disruptive proposal, a new movement, and this is very obvious. And we can create new jobs for women without addressing the care element. We already have public policies that address the matter at the Ministry of Social Development and others that could be expanded. And we have multiple models within communities through informal cooperatives that could be made visible and that could be financed explicitly within our projects. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Laura, what could you add to what has been said? Thank you very much. I believe we have significant challenges. Allow me to go back to the aging of the population that we see in the region and that will exert additional pressure. I believe that public policy makers have to bear this in mind. And climate change at the same time, which is also an influence. Climate change has a bigger impact on women, particularly rural women, and they will see more time devoted to care and go look for water or firewood or care for the crops, because there will be more effects and more diseases resulting from climate change. So this we have to keep in mind at all times. There is a word that has been very interesting and that arose in the previous panel: incentives. Claudia mentioned these. We need the incentives so that these activities can become formalized and protected. They have access to social protection and become a sector for economic activity and economic driver for countries, because this is value added that we are not bringing into the economies, a source of jobs and a source of informal work that is informal at this time. They informally work, for example, giving care. We need to have the incentive so that there is financing for these initiatives, these care initiatives that are mandatory for rural communities, where the state does not arrive, where there's no other public care systems. So perhaps a rural association could begin an association like this to provide care for the elderly population or for children. I don't know, through an incentives with credit rates, or I don't know. This can be articulated somehow, but I believe that financial entities can also jump on the bandwagon, particularly other micro-financial institutions, so that we can join these efforts and bring these efforts together to formalize and protect these jobs and undertakings that are vital for economic empowerment and to support living in these areas. I could talk about digitalization, which is also helpful, these technologies that enable a bit more time, and the green funding, the green financing that will help them be more resilient to climate change and its effects, and give them at the same time, more time. These are the messages, but the incentives part here is something we have to think of seriously. Thank you, Laura. I would like to invite Ms. Garcia to share. Yes, of course. I would just like to make two proposals. I would like to see the possibility that through the gender management of the program, together with Priscilla, we could develop a financing agenda, the institutional offering. Here we have heard the different institutions, financial institutions. So I believe it would be very good to know, to see, because each country, has its a different way of doing things because of its policies and guidelines and laws and how to apply this. And the other thing perhaps would be to focus, to bring together the experiences we have shared today, so that in turn we can share those with our own countries where we work. And it would be much easier to say, for example, okay, what is being done in Costa Rica could be feasible to undertake in Mexico, or what is being done in Mexico could apply to Peru, etc. So that, as we say, we are overdiagnosed. Now all we need is to sit down and work. We have seen so many elements, perhaps we need some more. But I feel this has been an excellent opportunity for us to learn what is happening in the different countries. And we are all interested and worried. And now we have to take advantage of these conditions, and particularly with the support of ICA, so that we can appropriately channel this concern and address this matter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juana. I would like to end my participation with some thoughts or a few notes from ECLAC from 2022, and that fit in this conversation we have had, and may call upon us to think in the future. One of the principles of care is co-responsibility. We recognize the importance of this for the reproduction of societies and to ensure an adequate workforce to drive economy. and so that productive units have the necessary resources to care for their basic needs and well-being. For this reason, this principle of co-responsibility, social co-responsibility of care means co-responsibility in its financing too, with the participation of national and local governments, international organizations, civil organizations, and private sector. Thank you very much.
Silvia, yo quisiera, antes de iniciar el cierre,
Thank you, Silvia. I also want to thank colleague from Laura from BBVA because she is midnight. So we really thank you for the effort made and the contribution provided today. Okay, colleagues, the authorities, the ministers, vice ministers for the women, international organizations, we have come to the end of this space. And Don Manuel mentioned this at the beginning. Oh, the space, and this is what we did. We made a series of valuable exchanges. We have learned about the good practices, and for sure we're going to share the systematization of many practices and efforts implemented by each organization with you. I don't want to repeat what our authorities mentioned already in the summary spaces. I just want to emphasize 4 ideas we would like to highlight in order to give the floor to our co-host, Mr. Nelly Paredes, and our Director General for the closing remarks. Today, we have remembered that we have made the progress in terms of attention to some gaps, but there's still a lot to do. Our co-host minister mentioned this. We progress, but at the same time, this implies that we need to give more tasks to our women, and this implies that they have to work many more hours. So here we make a call to the joint work. Our advisor of the program, Silvia Sarapur, mentioned this already, and it has been mentioned throughout this day. This is a work that implies co-responsibility. We cannot continue mentioning that care is just a role for women, but as society, we must progress and to contribute from our areas of action. So actions that aim to contribute for us to progress towards integral societies. That is why we make a call in order to work in this defeminization of care, to demand and to work jointly to generate opportunities for women. Women, any women in general, but mainly rural women, we said, okay, you need training, you need to work when you are in these processes, you need to start taking decision-making spaces. So many roles are required from us, but the conditions to do so are not generated. So today, we made a review on the actions we need to strengthen, on the action items that we have, and where we need to go, as the director mentioned at the beginning, for us to be able to have agri-food systems that are fair and more inclusive. And to do so, I would like to recognize our Minister Nelly Paredes to listen proposal for this joint work. Thank you, Priscilla. Thanks again for this 4th forum. Sisters, right now, I believe we need to forget about our positions. We have a commitment as women that I assume from today, from the area or the environment I may be. And as Manuel said, This meeting belongs to us, and now it belongs. We have the challenge to see how to work on a joint manner to work towards this economy of care of the agri-food systems in the Americas. We know that as American countries, we fulfill a vital role in access to resources and a vital role in relation to nutrition and food security, global food security. We are the region number one that export food and the biggest provider of ecosystem services with the decisive role to feed 9,000 million people for the 2060. And it's in the hands of rural women. Without them, we will never fulfill this challenge. And we also have data from UN from last year. If we continue at the pace we are, we will need 286 years to close the gap. So let's put our hands to work. So we need to start right now and to see that at this time, in this fourth forum, minister, vice ministers, and high-level officials, we have discussed for the first time the topic of economy of care, but this needs to be considered at a higher level. In forums with the participation of men, and not only with the participation of the agricultural sector, but the Ministry of Women, Social Inclusion Ministries, Production Ministries. We need to scale up at that level. So, in this forum today, through the presentations of you all, we have been able to position many key messages for all of us. We know that care is in crisis. It's not only care, but we need to self-care in general. We have seen that the future of agri-food system depending in reduction of the gap that I mentioned, and which is in a high percentage in our hands, in the hands of rural women, particularly framed in this food security. Access of rural women to productive resources, financial services, digitalization, which is progressing as well, although there are still many gaps at this regard. Some women do not have access to smartphones, although a high percentage receives the information. They even to the TikToks who have been able to watch them, at least in Peru. Therefore, approaching care cannot be delayed, so we need to close as fast as possible these gaps by ensuring the human right to care, to defeminize and democratize care, and to encourage economic growth with the creation of employment and integral services of care. We were told that there are some business of children care in rural areas. And this, even if it is repetitive, because Silvia mentioned this already, as well as Priscilla and myself, and I'll repeat this, this is co-responsibility. And I'm going to continue emphasizing this. It has to do with the new roles men should start assuming in the rural areas. This time, of the fourth meeting of the minister, vice ministers, and high officials of the Americas, and under the framework of this continental partnership for food security and the sustainable development, we have identified some 4 collective actions that I will read and comment some of them very quickly. The first one is to ratify the prevalence of this forum of minister, vice ministers, and high-level officials of the America as a space for construction of citizenship and visibilization of work with a gender approach in the Americas. In that regard, the gender equity and youth program from IECA must accompany, must support technically the actions and agreements issued from this space. Priscilla, that's for you. And as I was saying, this forum must remain at the level of ministers, vice ministers. I believe today all of us here should be committed. So wherever we are in the spaces we may be, we continue supporting. Maybe Priscilla, I suggest that you create a network of those of us present here, because here we have discussed this topic. To disseminate the priorities issued from the Permanent Forum of Ministers, Vice Ministers, and high-level officials of the Americas to the working groups called by the Inter-American Commission. Alejandra is not there, but we will send them these agreements under the framework of the Declaration for the Rights of Women, Adolescents, and Girls in Rural Environments of the Americas, subscribed in the ordinary period of the sessions of the General Assembly of OAS held in June 2023, with the participation of our Minister of Women from Peru. Number 3, to promote a new generation of public policies that will focus in analyzing public interventions and good practices from the data review on the differentiated participation by gender regarding care. Colombia has advanced in that regard. This effort will be performed in the context of Public Policies Observatory for Agri-Food Systems, trying to progress in strengthen policies, focalize investments, and the democratization of care of the Americas, emphasizing that it is necessary to have the budget. And in the time we are as high officials, we have this power to talk to the ministers of economy for this to become more visible, and also to carry out this work, articulate work on the different levels of government. We mentioned local governments a lot. In the case of Peru, we have 3 levels of government, the central government, the regional government, and the local one. And we need to start working from these levels as well. Today, we started at this level, but we need to go down. And as we used to say in Peru, from bottom to top and from inside to outside. So all of us have been working for years in rural development, we know as participatory approach. And number 4, to promote the capacity building under the framework of leaders' schools for the transformation of agri-food systems by developing a set of initiatives, including training for technical teams of ministries on economies of care. And this need to be performed working with the whole civil society constituted by all the women organizations that have an important pathway covered. So today we highlight concrete commitments leading to strengthen the joint work in the economy of care aspect. This is one of the building blocks to position in the regional agendas by addressing it from the intersectional approach of gender and letting to strengthen and allowing to strengthen the agri-food systems on an equal manner. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I don't know if it's difficult or easy to talk after the Minister of Peru, but anyway, I would like to start by thanking the participants, the ministers, vice ministers, high-level officials, and particularly IECA team. Sometimes we forget the IECA team, not considering that to organize any technical cooperation actions carried out by ICA, there's always a committed group of people. So I want to thank Priscilla and Tim, the support staff that is not in the room, but outside the room that make this type of meetings possible. So thank you. It is difficult to organize meetings, but the most difficult is the day after. Particularly, we need to commit, and particularly from technical cooperation organizations. And sometimes we fall sleeping, believing that we have done everything. I'm talking from the AICA's point of view, because the best thing is now with the challenge we have to fulfill all the things Nelly has read and other topics that were mentioned here. I am convinced that agriculture in the continent is changing, is strongly changing. The point is that as a continent, we need to give direction and meaning, meaning. And I believe this is the challenge. And agriculture in some regions is on a vicious circle where short-term strategies that do not consider the real stakeholders end in what we know, more poverty, insecurity, migration. So the challenge from all the topics discussed today is to create a virtuous circle in where our rural areas become areas of opportunity, employment, with an improvement of the self-esteem of stakeholders living in those areas. I know it's difficult to do, but we have an important opportunity, particularly if we recover the self-esteem and the conviction that these agri-food systems in our continent have a series of points in favor, from granting human resources, valuable people, and our natural resources that we need to preserve, of course. If we understand the need to give the right policies framework, and I believe there we can transform threats into opportunities. Personally, I would like this forum of ministers as not a series of isolated events, but a process will grow that provides feedback. And humbly, I would like to reaffirm today that we want to work with any organization, with the countries. Let us know what is wrong with the systematization of experiences, different alternatives for funding. As I said at the beginning, here we're going to have the Forum of Ministers, male and female, of agriculture, ministers of agriculture from the continent. I hope the minister can be with us. This is where we need to be accountable in relation to this activity and other activities we are carrying out, and this is vital in my view. I believe that the topic is clear enough. We need to ground it. Somebody mentioned that we need to find accelerators, and you can always count with AICA as a great institution, as an institution that could help to build consensus, as institutions that approach the parties. Understand that the big leading role is yours. AICA must interpret what you are feeling, needing, with a view of medium and long term. So I really thank you for the opportunity to be together today. And hopefully we can continue working together for a better future for our America, which is absolutely necessary. Thank you very much, everybody.
Bueno, y así.
Okay, so with it, we conclude fourth forum of ministers, vice ministers, and high-level officials of the Americas. Now we would like to invite our participants that are here to join us to a visit of some of the initiatives led from the Institute. This will be the visit to CIMAC and Fab Lab, and after that, cocktail where we can continue discussing and celebrating the results achieved today. Thank you to everybody and have a nice rest of the day.